calling the Board of Education into session, it being 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Do I have a motion to go into closed session pursuant to the agenda publication, item Roman numeral 1?
So,
Okay. Motion to go into closed session is made. Is there a second?
second.
Second by the vice chair. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? We're going to close session. Calling this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education back to order. Do I have a motion to secure from closed session and go into open session?
So moved.
Okay, motion by the vice chair. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Holmes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. At this point in time, do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
So moved by Mr. Holmes. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by the vice chair. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The agenda is approved. At this point in time, let me call up Ms. Lori Sue Dreesen, because I believe you have a student who wants to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I have a couple of students that you're going to be meeting this evening.
Very good, thank you.
I'd like to start out with Annalise Bowe, Amelia Bowe, I apologize. She is a fifth grader at Robbins Elementary School, here to lead the pledge.
Okay, would everybody stand, please?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Go ahead.
And then for our inspiration this evening, we have Camilla Campozzolo, Annalise, I'm going to screw up everybody's name today. I do apologize. Annalise Young.
Buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Annalise Young. Mi primer idioma es inglés. Soy estudiante de la escuela primaria Robbins en el programa de inmersión en dos idiomas que me encanta. Me gustaría compartir con todos ustedes lo que mis compañeros de clase y yo pensamos sobre nuestra comunidad culturalmente diversa. Al aprender más de un idioma, los estudiantes desarrollan sólidas habilidades de comunicación y una apreciación más profunda de la diversidad lingüística y cultural. En Robbins tenemos una oportunidad única de dominar dos idiomas, mejorando nuestro aprendizaje, leyendo, escribiendo y hablando en español e inglés. Nos brinda la oportunidad de comunicarnos con estudiantes que aún no hablan inglés, ser acogedores y apoyar su transición, ayudándonos a reforzar la empatía. Al aprender en dos idiomas, los estudiantes adquieren conciencia cultural y se preparan para un mundo cada vez más cooperativo y alcanza el éxito académico. Entiendo que es un desafío aprender un nuevo idioma, sin embargo, creo que esta oportunidad aporta mucho a nuestra vida y vale la pena. Este programa es una oportunidad única y exclusiva que hace que Robbins Elementary sea la escuela que es. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Good night, everyone. My name is Camila Campuzano. My primary language is Spanish. I am a student at Robbins Elementary School in the Dual Language Immersion program, which I love. I would like to share with you all what my fellow classmates and I think about our diverse community. By learning more than one language, students develop strong communication skills and a deeper appreciation for culture and language diversity. At Robbins, we are provided with a unique opportunity to become proficient in two languages, enhancing our learning by reading, writing, and speaking in Spanish and English. It provides us with the opportunity to communicate with students who do not speak English yet, by welcoming and support their transition, helping us reinforce empathy. By learning in both languages, students are culturally aware and prepare for an increasing cooperation world and reach academic success. I understand that it is a challenge to learn a new language. However, I believe that this life-changing opportunity is worth it. This program is a unique and exquisite opportunity that makes Robbins Elementary be the school it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And many thanks to Robbins Elementary. It is indeed an interesting and very unique program. Okay, at this point in time, do we have some certificates for? We're going to do that afterwards, okay. At this point in time, I believe I'm going to turn it over to the vice chair for a moment of silence.
During this time of moment in silence, it's not been discussed very much, but Moore County Schools has suffered a severe loss at Union Pines. And I do believe that we need to take a few moments to recognize that. So please join me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. At this point in time, let me turn it over to Dr. Locklear for a program highlight.
Thank you, Chair Levy. Board members, I'm pleased tonight to have our Student Advisory Council to the superintendent give an update on the work they've been doing this year. Ms. Metcalf will lead that off. But it's been a great year with these students, and they've given us and our team a lot of great input and advisement on how we continue to work our very best to provide great learning opportunities for our students. So, Ms. Metcalf.
Thank you. Can you put our... So who you see before me are some of our members of the Student Advisory Council who are going to represent their peers. We have Addie Cadell, who is from Union Pines High School, Elliot Furr from Northmore High School, Jayla Morgan was unable to be with us this evening, Ryan Oakley from New Century Middle School, Melissa Salazar from Pinecrest High School, and Shania Smith, unfortunately, was not able to be here as well. So what we're going to have them do is go through and tell you a little bit about the Student Advisory Council and what they did this year. Sorry, didn't have it.
Okay, so basically Superintendent Student Advisory Council is a way for the district to see students' perspectives on topics and issues at hand at our schools and between the students themselves. And every year with the superintendent, we work on a project that addresses an issue that's important for us and our schools. So the reason that I wanted to serve as part of my school's representative was because firstly, I am a senior, and I also have been in Student Advisory Council for 4 years that I have been at Pinecrest. And throughout this time, I have been able to see a lot of the growth that our schools can be in with all of the projects that we do. And this year's focus was on classroom instruction. And I really wanted to present this because at my school, I've been a part of many different programs and classes. And with that, I would like to present all of the people. So we have about 4 students from every high school and 2 from every middle school.
Hi, my name is Ryan Oakley, and I am from New Century Middle School, and I'm an 8th grader. So our focus for the SAC quarterly meetings, we were supposed to experience the curriculum and the instruction based on the framework. So the students analyzed their experiences with the framework in their classrooms and presented their conclusions and recommendations to the superintendent and curriculum instruction team. So what we did this meeting was we basically were kind of shown the map or the diagram of the framework, and we kind of had to jot notes here and there of what we kind of expected or wanted to tweak or change, saying maybe, hey, more of this or less of that in that meeting.
I'm Elliot Furr. I'm a senior at Northmore High School, and what I was supposed to talk about was the process of getting to know everybody from different schools. Obviously, first meeting when we walked in here, we didn't know a lot of people from different schools, so it was good to get to connect to everybody. By about the second or third meeting, everybody, you could tell, was starting to click together and get to know each other. So it was great to collaborate with different students, because obviously each school and each teacher won't teach the same. And I thought that was great to see all the data that we got from different schools about how they were being taught and the different types of teaching strategies, whether it be, more online work, book work, stuff like that. It also let us have a different perspective on how different topics were taught in different grades. So seeing how the high schoolers were taught differently from the middle schoolers, it was a big difference. A lot of their work was more kind of hands-on, getting to really feel in contact with the things so they'd learn them. And then overall, just being able to collaborate with other students at different schools and different ages allowed us to dive deep into all the different teaching strategies and allowed us to see what worked and didn't work for our community or for our county.
Thank you. So for the next meeting in December, Donna Gebhardt, the director for curriculum and instruction, presented the MCMS 6th through 12th graders instructional framework that provides the guidelines and expectations for the classroom instruction in the middle school and high schools. A data analysis tool based on the instructional framework was introduced, and students began collecting data weekly on their experiences in the classroom. This was set up on a Google form, and we were asked questions through the rows throughout a couple of weeks saying, did you meet this category in the framework? Did you not meet this? Kind of things like that. Or questions maybe, did it help you this week? Did it not help you this week? Kind of questions like that. So we were asked, did it make a difference in what you looked for or saw in a classroom? And I think that they can agree on this, that it definitely did. Looking for those kind of, maybe visuals in the classroom or hands-on experiments in the classroom definitely helped us to better pursue our learning and greater on achievements such as college or high school. And then the next question we were asked was, did it help you to recognize learning strategies that were happening or could have been happening in your classroom? So yes, kind of to further that, to kind of see what we were missing or might needed more of, it was nice to kind of note that down or kind of provide an example for it. So we were left a little text box under our Google form saying extra discussions, comments or concerns. So under there, we would kind of put, hey, maybe put more of this in there, or maybe we need to kind of practice this more in our schools. So that was the month of December.
Hey, I'm Maddie Cadell. I'm a senior at Union Pines. And so after we collected our data, the members of the Student Advisory Council were divided into 4 groups, and we each answered one of these. We all answered these questions on the board and kind of went around and got all of the different opinions on it. And then we were each assigned a question that we were to focus specifically on and make presentations to bring to Ms. Gebhardt and to the other members of the curriculum and instruction team. And so we got to break down really the data and decide what information we wanted to look at. And our groups really highlighted the good news that we were seeing in the classrooms, the things that were really helping us grow and to learn. And the other things that maybe we wanted to see more of or were a little bit concerned that we weren't seeing. And so each group pulled both middle and high school perspectives, and we really were able to see like the range of views and mix of thoughts from each of our students. That allowed us to kind of show, the county what our instruction looks like from a student perspective.
So at this April meeting where we are today, we are presenting, well, actually it's May, sorry. We are presenting our conclusions and our recommendations. So I want to emphasize on how important this was for us to be able to tell all of you guys why we were able to discuss our opinions on our schools and our classrooms, because as we were able to share this and our thoughts, it's more like you guys were able to truly listen to us and consider our opinions, because many times when our information is being relayed, it doesn't have the same effect as the opportunity when we are given to provide it ourselves. Like many times we could tell it's an adult, but we don't know if it has the same effect if it gets passed on through adults. So when we also presented this information in April, the district was able to ask us our questions and their concerns for the things and interests that we presented them at hand. And this is why it's important for us to be part of the meeting. not only for us to be there, but to directly get the information that was necessary on how our experiences can be improved for the future and how to future present these informations.
So I have to tell you, this was an amazing group to work with. Their insights were just brilliant, and they were a lot of fun. And so I truly appreciated the experience with them. And then I just don't know if you have any questions for them.
Does the board have any questions?
Just thank you so much for your presentation. That was really good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me ask one question. You students, what would you like for us to do? Give us some suggestions. And mind you, you get to say anything you want.
What were some of the things that you discussed? Tell
Yes.
us.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
go ahead.
So-
Not to put you on the spot, but go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to put you on the spot. If you'd rather, send it to us in writing, that's okay. I don't want to put you on the spot.
I think that's a very open-ended questions. A lot of things that we learned was like a lot of students are very different in different classroom perspectives. And I think teachers know that, but not to the extent as like students themselves know. Like we know if someone would rather, talk and collaborate with other students for the whole class period rather than someone sitting there and reading a book and doing bookwork the whole lessons. I think the best thing that we could try to do is almost kind of make sure that teachers are kind of putting those groups in pairs. Like if you're wanting to do group work, then you want to make sure that you're putting the students who want to work together and have this, not saying like put friends together because I can, go a little crazy, but putting people who have like the same learning styles in the same, because that way they can learn it better. Because I know if I like to talk a lot and I like to learn vocally, so I may not learn with someone who'd rather sit there and be quiet and, do it how they're supposed to be done in most people's eyes. But I think it's just a very personalized question. It's a very open-ended question. I think there's never going to be a true solution to fix every problem that we have. So I think if we just take, little baby steps towards helping each student one by one, then that's the best thing that we could do.
I think that was a great answer.
That's appreciated. Yes, that is a great answer. Yes, sir.
Okay, so kind of piggybacking off what he said, everyone learns a different way. But in the back of our minds, we're all kind of studying how might this help us in the future, whether we're going maybe just to the next grade level or going to high school or even to college. Maybe having those teachers or even the instruction explain how this could be helpful in either the near future or far future. So one example could be public speaking like today. This is a great way to get into college and a great way to kind of show how, what talking in front of crowds. That's a very important factor to have growing up in life. Another one, for example, could be working in groups or pairs. This is also very important, like coworkers or teachers. They have to work, especially encore teachers, ELA, things like that. They all have to collaborate together to make sure that their students are getting the instruction that they deserve. So to summarize it, I think having students know what this is useful for in the future could help them kind of better their understanding or make them more interested to learn. Because math sometimes gets a little tricky with X's and Y's and things like that. So
those are difficult.
So maybe having the math teacher just do a quick 15 explanation of, hey, in college you might learn this there, or in high school if you want to take algebra, pre-calc, things like that, it'll be helpful on this path. So just kind of explaining future events where you could use this would definitely help us a lot.
So in other words, make it relevant. Yes, ma'am.
And what I wanted to talk about was one of the things that we really touched on for a good portion of our meeting in April was that students who take standard classes versus honors and AP classes, those students in honors classes, they really are wanting to be challenged. It's not going to help those students learn if they come in and you get a 10-question assignment that looks like a second grader could do that kind of math. So, for those classes, really making that difference and challenging those students and, understanding that those students are looking for a challenge because that's how they learn, rather than just standing up there and giving one presentation and, those 5 questions. It really is going to help them to sit there and struggle and have to ask questions because that's just the way that they are processing the information.
So you're saying you want to be challenged? Yes, that's very good. Yes, ma'am.
I want to touch a little bit on also being challenged. I am in orchestra, and I'm in the advanced orchestra, and so it's the same for arts as well. Not even for just our like standard classes. You know, I'm in the advanced one because I want hard music, and then our teacher, she can be like, oh, like, but you guys can play this, or you guys can play that. And I'm like, but we can play harder stuff. Like, we can be challenged, and there's a lot of fun to being challenged, especially when your teacher helps you through it. Like math, I'm in Calc AB right now. I had that exam today, guys. It was really bad. It was really bad. Just FYI, in case you guys were wondering. But
You were challenged.
I was challenged. I was challenged more than I should be challenged. But that's what I'm saying. Like, if you have like the support system to be challenged, it can be so much fun because like once I understand math, I'm like, oh, like I love this. Another great subject that we touched on at the meeting was pacing, which is very important in AP classes because I took 4 AP classes. It was like predominantly my classes all my high school year. And a lot of the pacing wasn't there. It was like, oh yeah, we're gonna take it slow. We're gonna, we'll pick it up in a little bit, and we wouldn't get that much work at the beginning of the year. And then towards the end, it's like after the Christmas break, after second semester, they're like, all right, guys, we gotta finish this up because we're not finishing the course in time for the exam. And a lot of that can cause stress, and it just doesn't help the learning environment because then it's like piling on work after work that we weren't used to at the beginning. And also it's just too much to focus on in a little bit amount of time to truly reflect our intelligence on the exams that we then take in May. And so I feel like that's really important for teachers to, get a steady hand at, like, okay, so we are going to go quick, but we're going to go quick the entire year, or we're going to take it, at a good pace the entire school year to make sure that we learn everything. There's a lot of time for review, which is also really important, especially like tutoring. A lot of teachers don't provide tutoring, and it would be awesome if they could because, like, personally myself, my math teacher, I love her. I love her to death. She's amazing. I do wish she would like put more time into specifically coming to students with their problems. Like, oh, like, yeah, you got this on a test, but like this is what you need to work on instead of just gesturing to the whole class. All right, class, this is the average. I feel like it could be more helpful if students were told to their to themselves that verbal comments, the written comments, just that feedback in general, which is another great topic we focused on, especially in the middle schools. They also struggled a lot with the feedback. But I just feel like those aspects would really help with our school. Sorry, that kind of distracted me, guys.
That's okay. That's all right. That's all right. Well, thank you so very much. And let me tell you something. What's interesting to me is that our students really want to be challenged, and we as a board want to make sure that we give excellent education. So we're seeing eye to eye, and I think that's a wonderful thing to learn. Thank you very, very much.
If I can add something too, as teachers in elementary school 1-to-1, we always do one-to-one with kids in elementary school, but somehow we forget to do that in high school. So I think she was spot on with saying that. I think we do need to bring that back. So that was smart for her to say.
Okay, and so at this point, I'm sorry. I notice, by the way, for members of the audience, that we do have public speaking that does come at a particular portion of our agenda here, but we do have to get on with the business at hand, and so at this point in time, let me turn it over to Mr. Batchelor for some recognitions.
Thank you, Chair Levy. If we could just go and bring up the pledge and inspiration students, we would like to recognize you all for coming out tonight and doing such a wonderful job. We have a certificate to present you. If you'll just join up here.
And we have Vice Chair Davis and Ms. Caldwell.
did a great job. Good job, honey. Excellent.
Congratulations. Fantastic job. Fantastic. Very good.
And at this time, will Brianna Scott and Jessica Smith please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Caldwell at the front. Mrs. Scott is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff Honoree for High Falls Elementary School. Mrs. Scott, the art teacher at High Falls Elementary, is cherished by students, staff, and families for her ability to help students create artwork that exceeds their own highest expectations. She consistently seeks to boost the confidence of those hesitant to start large art projects or try techniques they believe they cannot master. With patience and encouragement, she supports students working on projects that may take weeks to complete, ultimately leaving them proud of their final projects. Each year, Mrs. Scott showcases these incredible artworks at the annual High Falls Elementary Art Show, one of the school's most anticipated events. Her students frequently place or receive recognition at the annual Young People's Fine Arts Festival at the Campbell House in Southern Pines. We are deeply grateful for Mrs. Scott's dedication to making our students' artistic visions a reality. And Mrs. Smith is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Support Staff Honoree for High Falls Elementary School. Mrs. Smith, the data manager at High Falls Elementary, is often the first person students, staff, and families see when they enter our front office each morning. She always starts their day with a smile and kindness. Besides being the full-time data manager, she also serves as the school's receptionist for the first half of each day. Known as Mrs. Jessica to all, she greets everyone and tackles each task with a positive attitude and a genuine desire to help. As the data manager, she handles the unique processes of enrollment, grading, and scheduling across 9 grade levels. She goes the extra mile to communicate effectively with nervous kindergarten families and families enrolling new students, treating them with kindness, patience, and understanding. We are grateful for Mrs. Smith every day. Will members of the Scott and Smith family and Principal Moore please stand and be recognized? Luba Sharon and Ralph Bolden, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Caldwell at the front. Ms. Sharon is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Certified Staff Honoree for Robbins Elementary School. Ms. Sharon, an English learner teacher at Robbins Elementary, also leads the beautification committee. She has collaborated with the Rotarians to install a new walkway and plant fresh flowers at the school's entrance. Additionally, she has dedicated countless hours to tasks like cleaning closets, organizing books, and finding creative ways to upcycle classroom materials, always striving to make Robbins Elementary a welcoming and inviting place to work and learn. She consistently demonstrates dedication and initiative in her efforts. Mr. Bolden is this month's Engage, Inspire, Succeed Support Staff Honoree for Robbins Elementary School. Mr. Bolden serves as a bus driver and custodian at Robbins Elementary. His dedication is remarkable, arriving daily at 5 a.m. to open the school before beginning his morning bus route. He warmly greets the children each day, ensuring they start their day positively. After completing his route, he returns to the school to spend the next 6 hours ensuring a clean and safe environment for learning. Once the school day ends, he resumes his bus duties, safely transporting students home. He then returns to the school to complete cleaning tasks and securely lock the building for the night. Mr. Bolden truly embodies resilience and unwavering commitment to the Robbins Elementary community. Would members of the Sharon and Bolden family and Principal Dreesen please stand and be recognized? Holly Cirillo and Anna Young, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Caldwell at the front. Mrs. Cirillo is this month's Engage Inspires to Succeed Certified Staff Honoree for West End Elementary School. Mrs. Cirillo is an essential member of the third grade team at West End Elementary. She approaches education holistically, helping her students thrive both academically and socially. Mrs. Cirillo is often seen mentoring students from other grade levels, collaborating with fellow teachers, and offering assistance. She always has an encouraging word and a humorous story to share. We are fortunate to have her as part of our West End Elementary family. Mrs. Young is this month's Engage Inspires to Succeed Support Staff Honoree for West End Elementary School. On any given day at West End Elementary, you'll find Mrs. Young bustling around the school, greeting everyone she encounters and spreading joy around the campus. As the academic tutor, Mrs. Young has a significant impact on many students. Although she primarily supports students in 2nd through 5th grades, she's always available to assist any student in need. Mrs. Young encourages her students to strive for excellence in all they do, as mediocrity is never an option. She firmly believes that with hard work, determination, and a supportive environment, every student can succeed. We deeply appreciate everything Mrs. Young does for our WEE warriors. Would members of the Cirillo and Young family and Principal Lockamy please stand and be recognized? Elisha McCrae, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Caldwell at the front. Elisha, a senior at Connect Academy, is this month's Engage Inspire Succeed Student Honoree. Elisha has been a Connect student since the beginning. However, she doesn't just attend class and participate, she excels, maintaining a GPA above 4.0. She is a shining example of what we expect from a Connect student. Self-motivated, focused, and an effective communicator with her teachers. As one of our top students, Elisha will be missed by all her teachers, but we look forward to hearing about her future successes. We wish her the best in her future endeavors and hope other Connect students look up to her as a model of success in virtual learning. Would members of the McCrae family and Principal Burr please stand and be recognized? And this month we have a couple of additional recognitions. Would all elementary students being recognized for their artwork please come to the front? All our artists. And that's if you were
Come on
in
down.
elementary last year and maybe middle this year. So last year, the following students were selected to represent their schools with their artwork displayed in the boardroom at the central office for the 2023-2024 school year. Lucy from Aberdeen Elementary, Dalton from Cameron Elementary, Joaquin from Carthage Elementary, Maddie from High Falls Elementary, Isla from McDeeds Creek Elementary, David from Pinehurst Elementary, Kimberly from Robbins Elementary, Mary from Sand Hills Farm Life Elementary, Ableson from Southern Pines Elementary, Raya from Bass Lake View Elementary, Joseph from West End Elementary, Annalie from West Pine Elementary, and Heidi from Westmore Elementary. For those who are unable to make tonight's meeting, their artwork will be provided to them at a later date. We ask family members of the students to please stand and be recognized. Congratulations to all of our talented elementary artists. Now, would all middle and high school students being recognized for their artwork please come forward and join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Caldwell. And last year, the following students were selected to represent their schools with their artwork displayed in the boardroom at the central office for the 2023-2024 school year. Mackenzie from Cranes Creek Middle, Maggie from Elise Middle, Raleigh from New Century Middle, Joy from Southern Middle, Kiara from West Pine Middle, Kaylin from Westmore Elementary, Diana from Northmore High, Sam from Pinecrest High, and Cece from Union Pines High. For those who are unable tonight to make tonight's meeting, their artwork will be provided to them at a later date, and we ask that family members of the students, as well as art teachers, please stand and be recognized. Congratulations to all of our talented artists.
Shannon, have them turn around and show us the artwork. We never get to see it.
It's only been in here all year, but one last time.
Okay.
Got to see it one
Let me
last
see.
time.
Thank you,
There you
Mr.
go.
Bedway, for saying that. Yeah,
Thank you.
Great job, fantastic.
And April Dalmida, Paul Goins, Jennifer Tyner, Elise Spearman, and Dr. Ronnie Cheney, please join Vice Chair Davis and Board Member Caldwell at the front. Tonight, we are honored to recognize our Area 2 Volunteers of the Year for 2023-2024. In recognition of the invaluable contributions made by our dedicated volunteers, we extend our deepest gratitude to each and every one of you. Your unwavering commitment to supporting the students, teachers, and staff of Moore County Schools have made a profound difference in the lives of countless individuals. Throughout our schools, your presence is felt in classrooms, libraries, cafeterias, and beyond. Your willingness to give your time, energy, and expertise enriches the educational experience for our students and strengthens our entire community. Whether you're assisting with school events, tutoring students, providing mentorship, or lending a helping hand wherever it's needed, your selfless efforts do not go unnoticed. Your impact extends far beyond the walls of our schools, shaping the future leaders of tomorrow. Thank you all for volunteering in our schools and supporting our efforts to engage and inspire our students to succeed in the classroom and beyond. With family members and our principals, please stand and be recognized. And this concludes the recognition portion of tonight's meeting. Back to you, Chair Levy.
At this point in time, we're going to take about a 2-3 minute break so that I know everyone wants to wait here and be here for the business portion of the meeting, but for those of you who don't, feel free to leave at this time. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Calling the board back into session, trying not to frighten anybody. At this point in time, we'll go to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? That's a motion to approve the consent agenda by Ms. Caldwell. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. At this point in time, let me turn it over to the vice chair for our public address.
All right, this evening we have 8 speakers, and I'll call 3 at a time. Just keep in mind, we'll have a timer up on the screen. You'll have 3 minutes to speak. If you're at the very end and need to finish one little statement, then we won't cut you off. But if it goes after that, then we would need to. So we have Miss Ashley Williams, Sammy McNeil, and Mary Elizabeth Hinkle.
Hello.
Hello.
Dear Chairman Levy, Vice Chairman Davis, Superintendent Locklear, and Moore County School Board members, my name is Ashley Williams, and I'm a 20-plus year veteran of Moore County Schools. I have 2 children that both attend Moore County Schools. I'm here to share with you a few thoughts that seem to be a challenge to our Moore County Schools' core belief of our schools provide a safe, respectful, orderly, and caring environment conducive for learning. In 2024, we're in a moment where safety is more important in our daily lives than ever before. We want to have a sense of security when we send our students off to school, but do you really know how safe your children are when they walk out your door? In 2024, we have teachers allowed to belittle the emotional state of our students by either sarcasm or cussing at them. Is this the emotional stress our students should endure? We currently have classrooms in our county that lack the basic needs, such as window blinds, when they are on the bottom floor. These classrooms use construction paper, fire hazard, to cover their windows and doors. Have you, as a parent, ever thought that you should view your child's classroom to ensure that they could hide from the access of a window or door? After all, it is 2024. What is your child's school's plan if there was a crisis that they had to endure? Are you confident that the administration could handle it? Each person handles stress and crisis in different ways. Are you sure your child will be kept out of harm's way? There is evidence in our county of administrators having elementary school students investigate threatening situations. Is this our county norm? Would this be concerning if that child was yours? I fear that our county sees this incident as nothing more than a learning opportunity. However, how can placing a child in danger ever be okay? There were so many more ways this incident that I am speaking of could have been handled without involving a child. We are so fortunate that that child was not injured when being asked to enter that door where the threat was hiding. As a teacher in North Carolina, I have commitments that have been set forth in the Code of Ethics by the State Board of Education. I am to protect students from conditions within my control that circumvent learning or are detrimental to the health and safety of our students, as well as take action to remedy any observed violation of the Code of Ethics of North Carolina. In Moore County in the year 2024, when you stand up to ensure student safety, you are ignored. I have been bullied, I have been ridiculed, and I have been retaliated against. Is that our county norm? We should be able to feel secure when we drop our students off at the front door of our schools and that the adults in charge will make decisions that protect them. If we cannot trust our adults to ensure the emotional and physical safety of our students within the school building, how can we be assured that they are able to protect our students from the dangers that lurk outside our school doors?
Point of
Thank you.
privilege, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Did Ms. Williams say that there was profanity and sarcasm from teachers towards students?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm not here as your enemy, but I'm going to be honest with you, all right? Over the last 2.5 years, I've spent many hours corresponding through emails, face-to-face meetings with board members, administration, county commissioners, and state representatives to discuss the issue of safety in our schools, where we don't have officers at each one of our schools. And having been familiar with this issue for many years, along with working with school administrators and the Board of Education, I could say without reservations, you guys are failing in that job. At a time such as the days we live in, school safety should be a priority, number one. And I know you all disagree and come out with a statement about all you're doing, but when half of the schools in our system don't have an officer there, you're failing. And there's half of them. You make sure there's 1 or 2, 3 here to protect you. You go to sheriff's office, you got to go through screening. You go to courthouse, you screen. You go to commissioner's meeting, you're screened. I go pay my taxes, I have to walk through a screening. And now the hospital over here has to start their police force to make sure everybody's safe. But every day, parents drop their kids off at school with nobody there to protect them. That's your responsibility. And this upside down environment that we live in, and it's bad, and it's getting worse. I don't see why you, the commissioners, and whoever can't sit down, like Isaiah said in the Bible, come, let us reason together and have a reasonable conversation concerning the safety of these kids. You can say, well, nothing happened. You don't prepare for what hadn't happened. You prepare for what may happen. You were told when the commissioners gave you the 12 positions that if you didn't bring the pay up comparable with other departments, they would never be filled. And that's what happened. You were told that you would lose officers because of that. And that's what's happening. I know 2 of the school officers have already departed over toward the hospital. I know there was some concern about our officers, how qualified they were. You can get a hold of these records too. FBI Academy, Advanced Law Enforcement Certification, Law Enforcement Executive Program, Advanced Sheriff's Training and Standard, Advanced Police Training and Standards, Advanced Service Award, Advanced Law Enforcement Certificate, General Instructor, Rapid Deployment Instructor, Simulations Instructor, AR-15 Armorer, Field Training Officer, Hazmat, Explosives, Bloodborne Pathogen, CPR Training, Weapons of Mass Destruction, First Responder, General Instruction Orientation, SRO Instructor, Stop the Bleed Program, Active Shooter. I can go on and on and on. The officers who work for the Moore County Schools, I don't care what somebody on this board tries to tell you, are some of the most highly qualified officers in this county. And they should be paid that way. We're not going to get any officers, and our kids are going to drop parents drop their kids off at the school.
Thank you, sir.
You protected. Start thinking about the children.
Ms. Hinkle? Not till you start talking, you're fine.
Oh, Lord, my time's about up. That's okay. I'm 71 years old, so I don't have a whole lot of time to say what I'm going to say. We need to have safety measures at Aberdeen Elementary School. What I'm talking about is Highway 5. Highway 5 is 45 miles an hour from just below Food Line all the way to where you get to that hill before you get down to Route 1. Okay, that part includes Aberdeen Elementary School. In addition, there are no signs indicating that there is a school there except for 2 signs, one on either side of the road, about the size of this little desktop right here. And that's it. And then the arrow points to where you go to the school. Other than that, people have no idea that there is a school there. Problem is, now I was in an accident on April 4th. In that accident, well, it doesn't matter what happened in the accident, but the problem is that I got out to make the left-hand turn. Somebody came down the hill, I believe was speeding down the hill. Most people there at 45 miles an hour are going at 60. And if you don't believe me, I'll ask to borrow one of those guns, and I'll time people. I'll get their speeds, and I'll present them to you. We've got to have indications that there is a school there. There are large signs on every other school in Moore County that I visited on the road. These signs are 5 foot that say school on either side of the road. There are signs that have it's like a little schoolhouse with kids walking across. We have none of that at Aberdeen. How many kids do we have there? Anybody know? I'm asking. 250, 300 kids there? How many cars do we have coming in and out of there every day? At least 250 cars. I've counted them. We've also talked to some people, and there's people that are willing to sign petitions to get the signage to get a stoplight. We now have 12 different levels of traffic coming in and out of the 4 roadways that intersect right there where Aberdeen Elementary goes in. So we've got to do something. We've got the US Open coming. We've got all kinds of stuff here all year long. People don't know where this school is, and they go flying right by it. And then there's people that live here that go flying right by it. It's got to stop. We have to protect our kids. You know, we're all talking about this safety for our kids, safety for the people that bring them to school, safety for the people that take them home from school. I want all of our kids to get home from school. And if one child or one person dies because of this, and that will happen, I have not done my job, and neither of you. And I appreciate you. Thank you.
Mr. Vic Allen, Sharon Swanky. I think we always say that wrong. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Yes. And then Miss Amy Dahl would be next.
I'm Vic Allen. I'm the shop teacher, Bible teacher, and PE teacher at Calvary Christian School. I'd like to start out with a bit of scripture from James chapter 1, verse 5. If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask God, that giveth him all men liberally, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given. Then I have a quote. It says, in the beginning of our contest with Britain, when we were sensible of danger, we had daily prayers in this room for divine protection. Our prayers, sir, were heard, and they were graciously answered. Do we no longer need his assistance? That's Benjamin Franklin on getting the Declaration of the Independence signed. You know, the problem that this board has, you get too much money, you get too much power, and back when you were campaigning, you thought you were going to change it. Well, once elected, I think you found out that you're working inside of a failed system that cannot be changed. Nothing's changed. These things that these people are talking about are the same things when I started coming here. Children aren't safe in our government schools. So, you can't affect change in a failed system. The system must be changed. But your solution is to take my tax money, that's my labor, that's my pursuit of happiness, and implement new programs, new studies, new surveys, and that adhere to the failed system that you're part of. It'll never change. The system is flawed. Well, show me one metric of education that has improved since 1980, since the inception of the Board of Education. One metric. I'll be happy if you show me that. But you can't, because there isn't one. It keeps falling and falling. You know, we have a generation of young people that have anxiety and depression. And it's at an astronomical level right now in our schools and in our society. Because we've shut God out of this place. This is the only place in our government where God is not allowed. Connect the dots. Now I'll finish up with reading from Matthew chapter 19 and verse 26. But Jesus beheld them and said unto them, with men it is impossible, but with God all things are possible. Thank you very much. That's right on time, isn't it?
Good evening, Chairman Levy, board members, Superintendent Locklear, and members of the public. My name is Sharon Swanky. Me llamo Sharon Swanky. Y yo estudié español por 6 años, 4 años en la escuela secundaria y 2 años en universidad. Mi español es muy malo. It's bad. Okay? No, this is not good. But how much better could it have been had I started before the 9th grade? I know that you are currently examining the dual language program at Robbins Elementary, and tonight we had 2 elementary school speakers who clearly outstripped my abilities. Boom. And I encourage you to keep this valuable program intact. Foreign language skills are a life skill, just like swimming, that helps develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills. I only wish I had been granted the opportunity to start learning at a younger age. Just a little tiny bit about my life. I know you all know I'm not from North Carolina. I was born in Southern California. I'm actually a Los Angelino, where multiple people speak Spanish. I spent 40 years in California, 10 years in Illinois, 2 years in Italy, totally unexpected, and now I've been here about 12 years. Okay, everybody quick add it up and know how old I am. Just kidding. What I really want to emphasize is all of those moves were not part of my plan when I was taking Spanish in high school or in college. Certainly not that part where we moved to Italy for 2 years and all of a sudden my Spanish was very valuable because, oh, it's, you know, a sister language. And a lot of the vocabulary was very similar. And so I was able to survive, even thrive. I just want to encourage you to keep the program at Robbins and expand it to the best of our abilities. Thank you very much.
Just like the audience, it's okay to clap. It's all right. We're here for a little emotion too. That's fine.
Should I wait while she does that, or should I start?
If you want to wait until she
That's
gets
fine.
done passing it up, then you may, or you begin when you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Amy Dahl. Let me remind you again that North Carolina's school letter grades are a failure. Their creation did not include due diligence, defining school quality, or determining how to measure it. You can see how that should be done in State Superintendent Truitt's Operation Polaris. But their creation of our letter grade system didn't do any of that. Kids took tests, scores were rolled together to make an index. It was never validated to check that it measured something meaningful. And it doesn't. Now the NC House Select Committee on Education Reform has presented its report on education needs, and they find that our school rating system urgently needs overhaul. Those handouts are the findings and recommendations from their report. It has been shown time and again that school letter grades measure affluence. Compare our A-rated Pinehurst Elementary with Robbins Elementary. Fewer than 20% of Pinehurst students are economically disadvantaged, compared to 85% at Robbins. Robbins Elementary is not struggling. It is educating the children that it gets. Why is it harder to get good scores with poor kids, particularly in Robbins? Nutrition in the first 3 years of life is critical for brain development. Inadequate nutrition leads to cognitive and behavioral deficits. Free school meals do not reach children at this age. Mercury exposure disrupts developing brains. In teaching biology to a class of low-achieving students in Robbins, I discovered that most of them grew up eating largemouth bass. Many families don't know that the bass are full of mercury, or the harm mercury does to developing brains. They know that fish is way better protein than they can get with food stamps, and it's free. Hard-pressed parents may not read to their children, and most kids do not attend preschool. The community is disposed against it. And one more thing, that is an old, settled, and self-sufficient community. It has its own dialect. The English in books is not the English these children know. Is it any wonder some of them struggle? None of these factors can be fixed within the walls of a school. Robbins Elementary has a dual language immersion program that is prized by parents and teachers alike, a program that serves a community need. Mr. Hensley seeks to discard this program based on the school's letter grade, but it's nonsense to try to evaluate a single program based on a school's overall score. Mr. Levy speculates about the harms he imagines the program causes. This community needs rational decision-making, not speculation. It would be nice to have a comparison of results with the program versus results without the program, but we don't. We can look at metrics related to the program. Robbins far surpasses the district and the state in English learner proficiency. While DLI and English learner support are separate programs, they are interconnected. English learners benefit from having bilingual peers. Robbins does fine in math, but lags in reading in English. Would reading be better or worse without DLI? DLI supports reading two ways. The literature on DLI finds that bilingual students learn to read more easily, and English learners' rapid progress helps them read in English too. Evidence and reasoning do not support eliminating this program over the objections of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dahl. Next, we have Isa Jenkins and Ellie Collins. And I hope I said that correctly, sir. Is it Isaac?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Son of Abraham.
That's right.
Good evening, distinguished board. I'd like to congratulate all of you for the outstanding job that you're doing. I didn't come in to beat you up. That's not my thing. I'm Isaac Jenkins, and I'm the CEO for Concerned Citizen for Community Action here in Moore County for the last 8 years. And my responsibility is to bring us together. So I come here to talk about the traffic signal or signs that we need at Aberdeen Elementary School. Now, you heard Ms. Hingley tell you about the accidents that's going on, that's happening at this school. It's very dangerous. Matter of fact, a couple of weeks ago, my goddaughter came home and she said to me, when is someone going to do something about getting a stoplight or traffic patrol at that exit that we almost got hit today on the bus? And it's true. Listen, 45-mile speed limit. Most school zones you go into is 35 miles. We need to get that done. And I'm asking you, the board, to join with us. Now, we're going to start a petition. I've talked to about 20 parents today, and they're willing to sign the petition, and we're going to get as many parents as we possibly can, but we're going to need the support from the board. And we're willing to work with you so that we can get a traffic signal there, or stop sign, or speeding limit. There's not too many of you on this board that I didn't support, so I want to make my vote count. So I need your support. We're going to start this petition drive within the next couple of days. We're going to be reaching out to you. Pauline is my contact person. We're going to be reaching out to you. Stacy, I met you when I first came into North Carolina. But we're going to start this petition drive, and we want to show everybody in the county that this board does work with the parents and the students. We want to show them that. I believe in you. So that's all I'm asking. I'll be back to get your support. Superintendent, you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Miss Ellie Collins.
Good evening. I'm Ellie Collins, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Sandhills Coalition for Peace, Love, and Justice. The Sandhills Coalition for Peace, Love, and Justice condemns the month-long posting on the media account of Board of Education member Kenneth Benway regarding Islam. The mission of our organization is to serve as a positive force against discrimination, intolerance, and hatred through education and action. Our coalition was organized after racist, homophobic, anti-Semitic banners were flown over U.S. Highway 1 in Moore County, as well as the attack on Moore County's power grid. As school board members, you oversee the education of students of all faiths, including Islam. Perhaps you and others are not familiar with Islam, the world's second largest religion. It is one of 3 monotheistic Abrahamic religions. The others are Judaism and Christianity. Islam's pillars of faith include profession of faith, prayer, almsgiving, fasting during Ramadan, and if possible, pilgrimage to Mecca. To be sure, there are individuals who claim to hold to a religion, yet defy basic doctrine. Think of Timothy McVeigh and Adolf Hitler, who professed to be Christians, yet were responsible for mass murder. As elected and paid officials, all school board members must represent, and all school employees must represent students and all school employees in a fair and impartial manner. Students, parents, and employees of all faiths must feel welcomed and supported. We urge members of the Moore County School Board to join us in condemning anti-Islamic rhetoric. Will those who are supportive of condemning such anti-Islamic rhetoric please join me by standing?
Thank you, and that does conclude our speakers. Are you done, Ms. Collins? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Many thanks to all of our speakers for their very enlightening comments today. Okay, so at this point in time, let's move ahead to board action. Our first piece of board action is the amended fiscal year 2023-2024 budget resolution for the third quarter. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. Ms. Edmonds presented the amended budget resolution for the third quarter at our work session and reviewed. This does come with my recommendation that the school board approve this budget resolution for the third quarter as presented. We're certainly happy to answer any additional questions.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the amended fiscal year 2023-2024 budget for the third quarter?
So moved.
There's a motion by the vice chair. Is there a second? Second. There's a second by Mr. Benway. Is there discussion? Yes, Mr. Hensley.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I request that Ms. Edmonds goes through the brief that was given in the work session so members of the public know what we're voting on.
Well, let me point out that we did go over this in the work session. For members of the public, our work sessions are tape recorded, and they can be watched at any time. For Mr. Hensley's edification, I'll let Ms. Edmonds go through very, very briefly. Is that okay, Dr. Locklear? Just a synopsis of
board's
what we're
prerogative.
voting on.
Board's prerogative, Mr. Levy.
Yes, just very, very briefly, just a synopsis. Please do not go through the entire presentation. Or at least just let us know.
If you'll walk through the
what it's
executive
all
summary,
about.
please.
Yes, yes.
You'll walk
That's-
through the executive
That's fine,
summary,
that's the
Ms. Edmonds.
executive summary is
Thank you.
fine.
For our state public school fund, our total is $102,141,957, which is an increase of $1,772,576. Our local current fund is at $39,324,623, and there is no change. Our federal program is at $19,936,807. This is a decrease of $89,862. Our local capital fund is at $6,743,253, and this is an increase of $234,617. Our school nutrition fund is at $8,375,988, and there is no change. Our after-school fund is at $1,500,000. There is no change. And our local operations fund is at $10,468,638. This is an increase of $426,000, making our total amended budget $188,491,266, which is an increase of $2,323,331.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I have some discussion items.
Yes.
Does anyone, I'll defer to anyone else if anyone else has any discussion items.
Well, you have the floor, Mr. Hensley.
Okay. First of all, not presenting the whole brief is done over my objection. I did note it just As an aside, and I'll talk about this on the next agenda item, I did notice while reviewing the legal bills that in January of this year, there was an item on the bill, I don't know the details, but it was titled limiting time in board meetings, and it was requested by Mr. Benway and the superintendent. So apparently, not presenting entire briefs at business meetings is part of limiting time on school board meetings. So again, this is done over my objection because I believe that the full brief, I mean, it's a brief and briefs are brief, and you know, the full brief should be given at the business meeting so that people who are attending the business meeting know what we're talking about. And you know, when as one of the speakers said, you know, people said one thing when they ran, and then they get in here and they do quite another thing. And anyway, so I'll proceed. So I'm going to vote against this. I'll tell you why I'm going to vote against this. One is, well, first, we promised a zero-based budget. I heard the chair, you know, say many, many times, we're going to have a zero-based budget. We're going to have a zero-based budget, you know, and Levy's been the chair for, you know, almost 2 years now, and we don't have a zero-based budget. So we're not fulfilling we're not even attempting to fulfill our campaign promises when it comes to fiscal matters. A big concern of mine, and you're going to hear about this in the next agenda item, is we don't monitor budget execution. Everybody in the government, every government entity I've ever been with, I'm sure Mr. Allen can tell you, monitors budget execution. Every company monitors budget execution. I'm talking line item where you have a detailed budget and you sit there and you say, we budget this much for SROs, we budget this much for legal, we budget all this stuff. And every month or every quarter you sit down and you see, okay, what percentage are we? That way you can catch early, you know, if you're going to be over budget or under budget on stuff. And we just don't do that. And I mean, we do it at this huge macro level where 2 or 3 times a year, oh, look, we got $3 extra million. Let's vote it, you know, let's vote to take this extra $3 million. That's not monitoring budget execution. And someone on this board ought to monitor budget execution. And I can tell you it's not happening. Most importantly, if you look at these numbers up here, somewhere I got the total since the beginning of the year, our original budget for this year was $181 million. And now it's ballooned to $188 million. That's an additional $7 million of funding, or a 4% increase that apparently the central office knew about. I mean, they, you know, when we talked about this in the work session, it was like, well, we kind of knew this money was coming, and I used the drawer analogy. We kind of knew this money was coming, but we weren't really sure, so we didn't put it on the budget. Well, that's not a budget. And, you know, that needs to be worked out. And I know Ms. Edmonds disagrees on this, and that's okay. But we need to have a public discussion because we need to understand everything in a budget needs to be laid out, whether it's funded or not. Every expected bit of revenue and every expected expense should be on that budget, whether we've gotten the revenue or not, and that's not what's happening. So again, this isn't a budget, and the problem with continually having these budget resolutions that increase the budget, because we got more revenue, we lose credibility with the public, and we lose credibility with the county commissioners, because we say, we've got X amount of money, and they say, oh, okay, well, gosh, you know, maybe you can get by. And then we say, ooh, we got $2 more million. Ooh, we got $3 more million. And then you turn around, we got $7 million more. And again, everything that's come in here, to my knowledge, there's a few grants that we've gotten. But other than a few unexpected grants, almost everything else on this list that was presented at the work session that for some bizarre reason we won't present at the business meeting where we're supposed to conduct business, everything on there, on this millions of dollars, $7 million, we knew about, or the central office knew about, but they just didn't put it on the budget. So I'm voting against this because I just don't believe it's a budget process. And it needs to have more transparency, and it needs to be more airtight, and we need to monitor the budget execution. As you're going to see, you know, for 2 years in a row, we've been 100% over budget on legal, and no one's ever really pointed it out until I asked last week. I do have one question for the superintendent. I think I asked, and I wrote it down, and maybe I didn't ask, but did I ask during the work session to be prepared to discuss in detail any instances where there was money already executed on some of these, and this money came in and reimbursed money that was already spent on some of these items? Okay, have those been, if they, so my first question is, do those exist? And if so, are you prepared to brief that today?
I recall the conversation being about, I believe you called it contingent liabilities.
Right, yes, sir.
And I said, I'm not aware of those. I'm happy to sit down, Tina and I, and walk through our budget line by line like we have before with you. I'm happy to do that again. But we do not do that unless I think there's one budget code that's done out of, and Tina, you could expand on that a little bit, but no, sir, I don't have any detailed brief this evening on that. I don't recall you asking me to be prepared to talk about that tonight, but I do remember the discussion.
Okay, okay, let me clarify one thing. I misspoke. I did speak about contingent liabilities, and that's looking forward, that, you know, you have this liability that you may have to spend money on, but you haven't yet executed money on. But I think we also talked about a bucket that I called unfunded liabilities, and that is where we actually spent money. So we had, you know, project A, and look, these could all be good projects. I'm just talking about a normal budget processing. You know, we have a project that everyone believes in and supports, and it costs X amount of money, and we don't quite have the money yet. And this is what I thought I asked for in the work session. We don't quite have the money yet. So to fund this project, we take money and we put money in this project. And then when we get the funding, we take the money from that project and return it here. And then we put the money there once we get it. That was my question last week, and I see at least one board member nodding. Yeah, David, that's exactly the question you asked. So my question is, do we have any of those instances in this budget resolution where we have spent money?
There's only one budget code we do that out of, and that's exceptional children's. Am I correct, Tina? That's the only budget code we do that because we really don't have a choice.
Okay, because we get reimbursed by the federal government.
Correct. If we don't get the state money that we're supposed to get for it, we would be spending federal money, 60 funds for that.
Right.
That's the only budget code we do that out of.
Okay. Other than that, none of these projects have had money spent on them yet before we got the money for the project.
No, sir. We don't spend money till we get it.
Okay. Right, fair enough. Thank you.
You know, yep.
Is that got it? Okay. Further questions or comments by members of the board? Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm gonna
yes,
say
ma'am.
something, Bob. I do agree with David, and the reason why is because I have so many people asking me about the money that we're spending, that they don't believe that we're being efficient with it. That's what I have to say.
Okay. Further members of the board? Yes, ma'am.
I would just say for the people who are questioning it, that it's gone over very thoroughly, line by line, just about last week. I was at home with my daughter, and I was on the phone, and I was watching it. So if they really want to investigate and they don't just want to accuse, it's out there in the open for everybody to see. There is nothing that's going on in this school board or in this district that is underhanded or is not with great thought and wisdom and care and concern by our staff. And I think that we do an excellent job. It's not a typical budget. It's very complex. More complex. I'm starting to get my head wrapped around it pretty good, really, and I'm kind of proud of myself for it, to be honest with you, because it's very complex. It's not a typical pay your bills like you would at home, and I think that we have done a great job, and we are more transparent with our county commissioners than we have ever been. Mr. Nick Pasterno, I sat down with him just a couple weeks ago, and he said that this is the most transparent any board has been since he's been a commissioner, and he was happy to work with us.
Other comments, members of the board?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to address the aspect of zero-based budgeting. I'm the greatest proponent of zero-based budgeting you can find. It's a highly efficient, very effective, transparent way to track your progress in spending. But we're saddled by law with a line item budget process that is not conducive to zero-based budgeting, unfortunately. So we're kind of, we're captive to this system as it is. It could be changed legislatively, certainly. And I'd love to see a program-based budgeting process, but we're gonna have to convince the legislators of that. So we're stuck with what I consider to be a pretty lousy budgeting process given to us by General Assembly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other members of the board?
Yeah, I have a
Mr.
couple
Hensley?
follow-up questions for Mr. Benway. So I guess my question is, what's your definition of a zero-based budget, and why is this not conducive to it? I mean, every budget's conducive to a zero-based budget.
Zero-based budgeting. Thank you. Zero-based budgeting is mainly beneficial in the programmatic sense. When you lay out a program, it's broken out in terms of prioritized task conditions, standards, and the cost of that effort, of that task. We just don't have that sort of a breakout here in Moore County. We're allocated, if I'm not mistaken, about 25 slots of cash, of funding allocated by DPI. Is that correct?
I would have to turn to Tina for that answer. There's a lot of pre-RCs.
Yeah.
There's a lot that come from the state.
So we're directed to spend money in certain areas. In a zero-based budgeting environment, you build your own objectives, you build your own program to support those objectives, and you budget that way.
Correct, and you, well, sort of correct, and you can do that within the constraints, because what you're confusing is you're confusing the revenue side with the spending side, and here's where the mismatch is occurring. So you are correct, we get money from all kinds of sources, and here's where the complication comes in that Ms. Davis and you referred to. We get money from all kinds of sources that comes in at all kinds of time. And some of it's predictable, some of it's not predictable, right? And a lot of it has strings tied to it. You're going to spend this on this, you're going to spend this on this. Okay, great. So that's the revenue side, and it's extraordinarily complicated, zero doubt about that. And it's kind of, yeah, it's complicated. Anyway, on the budgeting, on the spending side, though, a zero-based budget is simply where you go back and you make everyone justify what they're spending, and you say, okay, you justify the people that you have, and how much they're going to cost. You justify how much you're going to spend on SRO equipment and how much it's going to cost. You justify, and you go through each of the business functions all the way down the chain of command, and you have everyone every year, or at least 1 year, justify their expenses. You look at your structure, and then you reconcile all that, and then you match it with the revenue. So we can do a zero-based budget, but the revenue has strings, and the revenue is complicated. And again, we may have I knew what zero-based budget is, but we made a promise to the taxpayers and the constituents that we would do a zero-based budget, and we're not doing it.
And I would say that a zero-based budgeting process within a line item environment is almost worthless. You require a programmatic way of spending your money that demonstrates progress. Basically, the system we have right now demonstrates full employment. That's about all it does.
The reason we have the system that we have now is because we as a board accept the system that we have now. We could have a zero-based budget. I heard Chair Levy promise it to the taxpayers multiple times. There was one other point I was going to make, and it's important, but it escapes me. Anyway, so if I think of it, I'll say it.
All right, yes, okay, let me go to the vice chair. It looks like she's
I was going to call the question.
Okay. There is a call to question.
Second.
There's a second to call the question. So we're voting on the call to the question. All those in favor of calling the question, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Unopposed.
Okay, one negative vote, the motion carries. The question is called. Okay, all those in favor now of the amended FY 23-24 budget resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
1 nay. Motion carries. Okay. We're good now down to B, the renewal of the retainer agreement for the board attorney. Just by way of explanation, this is an open session matter. Do I have the reason why it is an open session matter is because the board attorney is a contract. He's not an employee of the board. So while relations with an employee are confidential, relations with a contractor are public. So that is the reason why it's in public. So is there a motion to renew the board attorney, to approve the recommendation of the superintendent that the board attorney's contract be extended for 1 year?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Ms. Bruno. Okay. Discussion. See,
I
noted- okay.
obviously have discussion. I just referred to last time. I would talk about it in the
Yeah.
next agenda item. So I've been meaning to do this for some time, but last week I came in and I reviewed legal bills, and I asked to have the bills. Well, actually, before I start, could Mr. Batchelor, could you scroll down to the agenda item? And on the last item, 6-year analysis of legal fees. It's the very last item link there. Yeah, if you could make that a little larger there. So one of the reasons I wanted to review the legal bills is because I had a chance in conversation with the superintendent. Actually, I think it was when Chair Levy was in the hospital. And I was like, hey, what's up with our legal expenses? He's like, they're high. And I'm like, okay. So I made a mental note of that. And I'm like, I need to review the legal bills and see why they're high. I didn't do it until last week, but if you look up there, our legal expenses in the last 2 years have doubled. You can look there and you can see, oh, by the way, this was not presented at the work session. This was a request that I made during the work session. I asked the superintendent, I'd like to see the total spend of legal bills over the last 6 years. And so here it is. And by the way, you'll note that this board was about to vote on this entire thing with zero presentation to the public. So if you're attending this for the first time or tuned into the business meeting, you'd have no idea what these people were about to vote on. So I'm going to make sure you know what they're about to vote on. Because they weren't going to give the brief, then the vice chair will call the question when I start making points. Anyway, so our legal fees have doubled in the last 2 years. And that illustrates 3 things. Well, probably more than 3 things, but 3 things I jotted down here since the meeting started. One is, if we can spend an additional $280,000 unexpected dollars on legal expenses, we have plenty of money in slush funds somewhere. Especially if we can spend an extra $280,000 on legal expenses and the superintendent not bring it up as an issue to the school board. I mean, that is, 3 teachers worth of hiring. That's 3 SROs. But we were $280,000 over budget, assuming we have a budget for legal, and no one said a word. And we could have bought SRO equipment, all kinds of stuff we could have bought with $280,000. So it highlights, that we have plenty of dollars to cover unexpected expenses. 2, it shows that we needed to monitor budget execution, as I talked about before, because if the board finance committee were doing their job, they would be monitoring budget execution, and they would say, hey, by the way, that's why you monitor budget execution. That's why companies monitor. That's why CEOs of companies monitor budget execution, because they're going through line item by line item. And Mr. Benway said earlier, someone said earlier, gosh, we don't have a line item budget. I bet you they got a line item budget somewhere, and they know exactly how much Pinecrest has budgeted to spend on this, and each school has budgeted. Just because they don't share it with us doesn't mean it doesn't exist. And if it doesn't, it should. Anyway, so if the board finance committee were doing their job, they would be going through and they'd go, ooh, look, our legal expenses are kind of high. Why is that? And then they would dig into it and they would discover, and then they would say, is it valid or is it not valid? Or if it's valid, okay, how can we reduce it? You know, if it's in, but let's cut out all this crap and let's get it within budget, or let's allocate more resources. So the first two things this highlights. There's plenty of money to cover uncovered expenses. We need to monitor budget execution. And then finally, boy, the things you discover when you monitor and again, there were 21 months of bills. I only looked in detail at 3, and I didn't take very good notes, but I'm going to come back and I'm going to look at every single month's bills, and I'm going to do a detailed report. I have zero information on the legal aspect. This is to Chair Levy's point about this being open session. I have zero legal information on what I'm about to talk about, and I'm just going to talk conceptually on some things. The attorney's sitting right next to me, and if I voyage into dangerous territory, you can give me an elbow. I will stop. So things I discovered, and some of this is good and some of this is positive. I shared quite a few things with Cindy that's going to be looked into, but I'm going to share a few things with the community as a whole. One is, and this is a big one, is a large portion of our budget, as Ms. Davis knows, because she made the comment when we were reviewing it, she was there for part of it, is a large part of our legal expenses are spent on EC and IEP related issues, and we're going to see if we can get reimbursed for those, because if we're supposed to get 100% reimbursement on EC issues, well, if it's a necessary legal expense for an EC student, we should get it. However, there were some things that I found disturbing, and I'm going to share with you what I found disturbing. One is, and this is reasons why we should have one or more board members every month review the legal bills. And this is why I'm going to do it going forward. Every month I'm going to be here, I'm going to look at the last months, because I discovered all sorts of MOUs that got legal reviews with organizations that I didn't even know we had MOUs with. And I think it's enlightening for board members to know that we have, or at least are negotiating or something, MOUs with the North Carolina Education Corps, Save the Children, Head Start, Fort Bragg, Sand Hills Community College, Advanced Career Center, obviously we've been working that, Moore County Board of Health, et cetera. There's all these MOUs that, that someone in the central office is signing with all these organizations. I don't think board members even know we have, clearly some of these we know about, but they're signing MOUs that we don't even know the MOU exists, and B, we don't even know in some cases that we have relationships with these organizations. If you review the legal bills, you'll know that. Secondly, there was all kinds of legal opinions that board members should know about. If the attorney issues a legal opinion, that should be shared with board members. I'm going to share a few of them. Again, I don't know what the legal opinion was. Some of these I was interested in, and some of which I didn't even know that the central office was working on. For example, a year and a half ago, I proposed body cameras on SROs. Well, holy cow, right there in the bill is legal research on legality of body cameras with SROs, but that was never reported back to the board. I don't know whether it's legal or not. Maybe it came up, crap, Hensley's right, man. Maybe we can't shoot him down legally, but good, bad, or indifferent, that legal opinion should be shared with the board. There was legal work on a board member request for personnel and student records. I would like to know if fellow board members is requesting employee or student records, because I would never do that, and I would go talk to that person and there was legal requests on active shooter workplace violence. I'd like to know what that was all about and what the legal opinion was on active shooter workplace violence. So I would say that legal opinions need to be shared with the board equally. And then finally, and this is probably the most disturbing thing, is our board attorney has said many times, I've heard this in training every time, lots of times, that the attorney works for the board, not individual members of the board. Well, that's odd because when I go through when I went through, and again, I went through 3 months and I didn't even go through it very closely. Going back to the legal opinion, there was one, I think there were two, but I might, 2 or more legal opinions on sexual harassment in the workplace. And it would have been nice to know if there's, look, even if there's an accusation, I want to know that there's an accusation. And here we have the central office. And again, I don't know the context of this. I just know I look at a legal bill and on the face of it, there's one, I think there were 2, but it might have been one and just, the same thing repeated on sexual harassment. And then when Judge Tanner was at that event and she asked school board candidates about sexual harassment, if I'd have known that we had done some legal research on that and Judge Tanner asked school board candidates of that, I might have, went and asked her some follow-up questions on things that she knew about. But the fact that I had no context, at least there were allegations of it, it just kind of went a different path. Anyway, so getting back to working for the board, not individual members, in January, board member Benway, it's right there, you can see it in the legal bill, Schwartz Law did work on shortening board meeting times. I don't recall the school board voting on getting legal research into, shortening meeting times. I mean, we saw a display of that just a while ago with, clearly some members of the board want to do that. Chair Levy won't let the people brief it, and, the vice chair wants to call the question when I'm about to make a point. So, there's a move afoot that a couple members of the board who the attorney doesn't work for, tasking the attorney to do stuff, and then all of a sudden we have board training on shortening meetings and stuff like that. The board attorney doesn't work for individual board members. There was a board request on transgender bathrooms.
I don't want to let that go. I don't recall.
I'm sorry, Mr. Benway, I have the floor.
Okay, just,
All right.
why don't you wait
you're more than
and let
welcome to
him,
respond.
let him finish, and then we'll deal with it. There are a number of things that I might want to say too. But go ahead.
There was a board request, something to do with transgender bathroom use. I don't recall the board discussing transgender bathroom use and requesting the attorney, but it's right there, coded to board request. Board request, just like that, and these might be erroneously coded, Mr. Benway, I mean, your name was right there, as was the superintendent on the bill that said shortening board meetings, or board limit times, or I actually got it on my spreadsheet. I can read it verbatim if you want to know the title, and maybe it was miscoded, I can't say. And then finally, the service weapon thing. There is no greater example than the May 8th, 2023 meeting on the service weapon of the SRO, because if you guys remember correctly, we had a work session and they wanted to give this weapon to an SRO, and it was based upon a reading of the law that I pointed out. We do not have the authority. The county commissioners have the authority. A municipality board has the authority, but we simply don't. So I said that's not legal. So that happened on May 1st at a work session. And then the following Monday, we had a meeting, a business meeting, where back when we actually used to discuss and debate things. And we had a discussion debate. Vice Chair, well, she wasn't the vice chair at the time, but board member Davis very wisely made a motion to table it until the next meeting. And to convince her otherwise, Chair Levy called in a recess. During that recess, oh, by the way, let me back up a little bit. A very important thing that I left out. The justification for giving that SRO his weapon changed from, oh, look, we can do it. It says right here in the law, which it turns out we couldn't. It changed to, oh, we're going to declare it surplus, right? So we had discussion, debate about that. I'm like, well, it's not surplus. And anyway, so we went back and forth. Vice Chair Davis made a motion to table the deal. The chair called a recess.
All right, let me just say, I want to keep us on the subject. Okay,
Well,
the subject is the performance of the, not the performance of the board, oddly enough. It is the performance of the attorney.
Chair Levy, I have the floor. You can
I
either-
understand you
Okay,
have the
thank you.
floor, and guess what? I get to try to keep us in order, and I want to keep us, I want to keep comments relevant to the
My
issue.
comment is relevant. I'm commenting on the contract of the attorney and that he works for the board, not individual members. And I'm about to give a perfect example of where the attorney was working for the board. And take about 30 more seconds. So Chair Levy called a break to convince Ms. Davis to change her vote, to withdraw her motion. And during that break, we can go back and watch the video, by the way. During that break, I had an informal conversation with Mr. Schwartz, and I'm like, come on, man, surplus weapon. The exact words were, I was told to make it happen. I was told to make it happen. So we had a board that was split 4-3, and that's the issue with an attorney, right? And the previous attorney did that. I could give examples there, but in the case of time, I won't. So I was told to make it happen. And I go, okay, I didn't ask any further questions, but there's only 2 people in Moore County Schools who would tell the attorney to make it happen. I didn't ask him who that was, but it wasn't me, and it wasn't the board as a whole. Okay, well, the attorney works for the board, and if someone tells the attorney, hey, you need to make this happen, the attorney needs to say, no, I'm going to give an unbiased opinion, and that's it. He shouldn't try to sway one way or another, but no one should tell the attorney to make this happen because the attorney works for the board.
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
Is that true?
Yes.
I mean, did that occur? Did somebody tell you to make it happen?
Okay, I first of all,
This is all relevant.
this is, there's a relevance portion of this. We need to know whether you're for or against and argue for or against the renewal of the contract for the attorney.
Well, this could make a big impact. I'm just asking a question.
Oh, okay, all
Point
right.
of information. Mr. Schwartz, did you? Or were you told to make it happen?
I was asked whether it was legal and whether there was a way to do it. And if there was a way to do it, to articulate the way to do it. And what I recommended to the board was a legal way to do it.
Who made that request?
I believe it was me. Was it?
I couldn't tell you off the top of my head right now sitting here. I think it probably was, but I don't actually remember that being done. I know that there were people on the board who wanted it done. I know there were people in the administration who wanted it done. And I had numerous conversations with several people about it, but I couldn't tell you, any one person who said,
Make it happen.
make it happen.
I believe it, like you said, is there a legal way? That was the question,
Yeah.
to
and
make it happen. Not make it happen, but is there a legal way to
that
make it
was-
happen?
That was the gist of it, yes.
Yes, that's the point.
Thank you.
So anyway, just let me wrap up real quick. First of all, let me say this. I requested that this be covered in closed session, and Chair Levy refused. So here we are in open session, airing something that in closed session, I would say even more, but this is all I'm saying in open session. Look, I think Mr. Schwartz has done a great job. That's not the issue. The issue is we need to get this spending under control. We need to have board members review bills to find ways that we can. We need to start monitoring our budget execution in all areas, not just legal bills. And going forward, I don't want any attorney working for any individual member of a board when he works for the board equally. Doesn't work for the superintendent, doesn't work for the chair, doesn't work for the vice chair. Mr. Schwartz works for he works for me 1/7, Pauline 1/7, Ken 1/7, Philip 1/7. And if 4/7 or more of us decide to do something, hey, look into transgender bathroom use, look into shortening meetings, make this transfer of this weapon happen. I want there to be no doubt that the attorney works for the majority of the board and doesn't respond to one or two persons of a board. The only person that the attorney should respond to, in my opinion, is the superintendent on routine matters of, administration such as EC and complaints. But I want full disclosure and reporting to board members as to what the legal opinions were and what the issues are. I don't want to be, it goes to Cranes Creek. Look at Cranes Creek. I'm going to go back and review the legal bills when all the violence was going on in Cranes Creek for a year before it was reported to the school board in October of 2022. You know that, Pauline. It was going on for a year. So was a central office working behind the scenes with the attorney? I don't know, but if we reviewed the legal bills, we would know that. And we would certainly find out about these allegations of sexual harassment. We might even ask a few questions. They might be completely bogus. I hope they're completely bogus. I pray they're completely bogus, but I want to know about it. Anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. Other comments by members of the board?
David, everything that you listed on there, were they all paid? Like the bathrooms and
those were what those were. And again, I don't know what I don't know what the request was. I don't know what the legal opinion
I understand
was.
that.
I just know if you go and look at the legal bills, they open a case, someone calls up Schwartz Law and says, hey, I need you to look into this. They open a case and they give it a title. And, I was just going off the titles. Oh, I got it printed out right here. Closed session recordings and disclosures requested by Locklear and board. Transgender bathroom use requested by board. Here it is. Time limits on board meetings, Benway and Locklear. I don't recall the board getting together and saying, hey, let's get legal research on ways we can limit times on board meetings. And you've seen the results today. I mean, you can tell who wants time limits on board meetings.
Yeah, that's not, okay, all right. Just one at a time, okay? I believe Ms. Bruno had the floor.
I still don't understand. Are they just items that we talked about or supposedly talked about?
So what these were cases on the legal bills, and then you can go through and itemize and see how much we spent. We spent $1,500 looking into time limits on board meetings. We spent I'm just making the figures up. We spent $800 on.
But they were paid.
They were paid. These are all requests that board members or people made. That people made of the attorney, and the attorney. Yes, sir, and yes, ma'am, and went out and did research and then invoiced us for it. Yes, these are all.
By the way, from time to time, if you'll take a look at your inboxes, and Mr. Hensley will take a look at his inboxes, we have gotten these legal opinions on things like transgender bathrooms. And by the way, they were given to all members of the board. And if you remember, we read them. And it deals with the Grimm case, which is extremely, extremely important. And as a matter of fact, without giving out what was talked about in closed session, you better believe we talked about a specific case about transgenders, so-called transgenders, in bathrooms, because I asked the question, and there was, in fact, a case which involved that. And so we discussed it, and it was something that the lawyer was asked to do. And from time to time, quite frankly, there are legal issues which come and which require consultation with the attorney. So, for instance, one of the things that we're looking at right now is making sure that we get that we are able to hire rookie policemen. Okay, because of what the gentleman was talking about our need to hire policemen. The law firm has helped us to draft legislation which was just today referred to Senator McGinnis. Okay. Quite frankly, you're not, every time you talk to the lawyer, you're not going to have a majority of the board saying, okay, it's okay to talk to the lawyer on this particular subject. Okay. I think everyone here on the board has called the lawyer and talked to him. And by the way, every time you say it's illegal, you say it's illegal. I've read the law. And I believe one of our members always says, I've read the law and it's illegal. You can't give the gun out. Start getting ready to pay because you're going to then ask for the attorney to give you an opinion. Okay? And quite frankly, we use the attorney a lot. Okay? Quite frankly, because so much of the time, the attorney's opinion is challenged. And you say, it's illegal, it's illegal. You know, the bottom line is the attorney is expensive, but he keeps us out of litigation. And his firm has done a damn good job in keeping us out of litigation. If this board remembers, because of the hard time at least one member gave our previous counsel, we had to find new counsel. Okay. And we have, I believe, the premier law firm in the state of North Carolina. I was just over at this thing called Eggs and Issues, and the Schwartz Law Firm, it's a big state gathering of all the biggest people in education talking about issues. The governor spoke and all sorts of people spoke. Didn't care for what the governor said, but that's a political matter. The bottom line is that this law firm uniquely is able to work with our board and uniquely gives us an opinion and opinions which are legally correct and which are
How wonderful. Call the question.
No.
Can I get a second?
I wanted to say something actually before the question was called, but go ahead.
all right. No, go ahead. I'll relinquish
I
the
do
floor.
have a couple of questions, or a statement. First of all, I don't know that it's appropriate to, for it's actually out of order for someone to present something during a meeting. It goes against decorum. So whenever we contracted you, sir, you gave us a $300,000 contract that we signed with you, and when I believe that's correct for last year.
No, ma'am.
Please correct me if I misspeak.
It's a retainer agreement with
Thank you.
hourly rates, and so it's a retainer agreement. It's
Okay,
not a.
we budgeted 300,000. Is that correct?
We originally budgeted. I'd have to ask Tina, going back 2 years, but we budget that based on what the costs have been, and
What they've
budget
been.
that into the next year. If costs increase for a variety of reasons, we then would project that for the next year. So we
Okay.
use past legal costs for how we load our budget into the next year. So
I guess my concern is that we have gone over that, and we are really just now seeing it. I believe, and please do correct me, Ms. Edmonds probably knows the best because you've reviewed these monthly, but it is EC where we're spending the most money. Is that where we've seen the most increase? Am I correct in assuming that? Or if I'm putting you on the spot, then don't worry about it. Or even if Mr. Schwartz has an answer for that, if we're reaching out to you for EC. I know that we have
We
mhm.
have had a lot of EC work.
We have a new person in that
and
position.
you've had a lot of new EC staff.
Correct.
at the same time that we came on board with you.
Mm-hmm.
And you've also had some really, really difficult EC cases.
Okay.
And I think we haven't had a single due process petition that's gone to a hearing. I think we've been able to head anything off at the pass by the work that we've done to prevent a really expensive EC due process case, because those are incredibly expensive.
Okay.
And so it's been a combination of factors.
Okay. And as far as individuals from the board reaching out to you, whenever they do reach out, they're reaching out as board members. So you are representing the board when you speak to an individual, correct?
I'm never representing any individual board member, of course not.
Of course not. Okay. I just wanted that to be clear. Please.
Point out one other thing with the numbers that were up there. You know, I recognize your legal expenses have gone up.
Mm-hmm.
Our rates have not gone up,
Mm-hmm.
and this retainer proposal is for no increase in rates, and the monthly retainer or the hourly rates. The hourly rate is low, it's very low,
Right.
and the volume is significant. You know, there's a significant amount of volume, but one statement that was made that I'll take exception to, in the chart that was up there before that showed the numbers, statement was made that our legal expenses have doubled in the last 2 years, and that's just not true at all. And the chart doesn't show that. So.
I'm sorry, compared to the previous years, Mr. Schwartz, is what I was talking about.
Okay, well, the statement was that doubled in the last 2 years.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I meant
That would
compared
make,
to-
that would
compared
mean
to
your
previous
fees
years.
were $700,000, and that's not the case. You can tell that by looking at that.
Okay. Our meeting is scheduled till 8 o'clock, and I have reached out to the lawyer to see how we can make our business meetings more effective. I think that sometimes we try to micromanage our good people who do their jobs very well and give us the information that we need during the work session. So during our business meetings, we need to be respectful of their time, and we have 25 minutes left, really. They handle their schedules well. I see them work efficiently all throughout the day, going to meetings on time and getting their work done, and I think that we should set the exact same example. So if I may, call the question.
Second.
Okay, there's a question called, and
Sir.
there's a second to the call of the question. So call of the question takes precedence. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
There's one nay. Okay, the question is called. All those in favor of the superintendent's recommendation, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, Moore County Schools Cooperative and Innovation of High School Letter of Intent. Yes.
Your microphone.
If I may, thank you very much for that vote, and we'll look forward to continuing to work with you as a board and each and every one of you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Schwartz. Yes, you go ahead, Dr. Metcalf or Dr. Lockwood.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, this is, as you recall, at our work session on Monday, Dr. Metcalf did a review and update of where we are with our Cooperative Innovative High School, or early college, as it's more commonly known, and the work that the team's done with that in collaboration and cooperation with Sand Hills Community College. This recommendation this evening from me is simply for the board to endorse a letter of intent that we plan to continue to pursue to open this Cooperative Innovative High School in the 25-26 school year. That's all the vote for the board tonight is on. So it does come with my recommendation for your approval. Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve the recommendation of the superintendent?
So moved.
So moved by Mr. By the vice chair. Okay. Okay. You're gonna call a second, Philip?
Yep.
Philip calls a second. Okay. Discussion. Hearing no discussion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, thank you. Yes, unanimous. Yes, it was. Okay, approval of math book text purchase for the elementary schools. And now this has got to be challenging math, because I heard what the students said they wanted. We want to give them what they want, right?
Definitely.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Locklear.
Yes, sir. These as reviewed on Monday at a work session. This is for Eureka Squared Math at middle school and pilot in elementary, as we continue to provide a structured program for our teachers and our students. And this comes with my recommendation that you approve the quote for the middle school and elementary math Eureka quote. So we're certainly happy to answer any additional questions, but this comes with my recommendation.
Okay, is there a motion for the endorsement of the math? Okay,
Oh, wait, could we have a little discussion on that?
no, we're going to in just a second.
Oh, okay,
Okay,
I'm sorry.
is there a second? Second by Mr. Benway. Now let's have a discussion. Ms. Bruno, did you want to say something?
Yeah, are we talking about the math books?
Yes.
Yes, yes, okay. When I first looked at them, I thought that there was way too much reading. It wasn't a math book. And I was really worried about our struggling readers being able to do these math problems. Because a lot of the math problems, when they're word problems, there's 3 steps to it, or else they put in all this extraneous information that students have to decide what stays in and what stays out. I really thought that was difficult. So I asked a lot of our teachers, and there were pros and there were cons, and most of the teachers told me that it requires a lot of work on their part. These books do. That's what they told me. However, they loved the way the books were sequenced. They did say that they thought that there were too many practice problems in it, that you didn't need that many. Well, to me, I think the more practice you get, the better you are. But I was told that. But on the whole, they like them. So if our teachers like them, I'm all for it.
Sorry. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the math recommendation, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. The endorsement of the career and technical education application for funding assurances. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, this is a yearly annual endorsement from the board of these assurances, which enables us to then get our funding for our incredible CTE programs. This does come with my recommendation for approval. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation? So moved. Ms. Caldwell. Is there a second?
Go ahead, Ken.
Ken, all right. Ken Benway. A second. All right. Discussion. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. The endorsement of the 24-25 student fee schedule.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Simon presented this information at the work session, noting fees that were being eliminated in the next year, recommended to be eliminated into next year, and also any additional changes, which for the Connect Academy, there was a change for fees. Also, there was a recommendation to increase daycare fees going into next year. There is board member requests to share out information about the percent of fee waivers that have been granted this year. And so Ms. Simon gathered that information with Ms. Edmonds, and also the amount of fees that have been collected this year. So I'm going to ask Ms. Simon if she would share that additional information first on the 23-24 fees that have been waived up to this point, and also the amount collected up to this point. So I'll ask her to briefly share that information. Ms. Simon?
Okay, so those two items, Charlie has the first one that's pulled up, which is the number of students with fee waivers. So you'll see for each school, we've got it broken down: elementary, K-8, middle, high, and then our other two schools to include CLC and Connect, that you'll see the number of fee waivers that were granted so far for this year for each school, and then what the percentages of students of that school. So for example, you'll see Aberdeen, there's 25 students that have fee waivers. That is 4% of the students that are at Aberdeen. So you'll see that listed there. The other document that's shared is the student fees that have already been collected so far this year. That is listed by school. You have the total ADM for each one of those schools. You'll have the breakdown for the $10 student fee for each one of those schools, the technology fee, the graduation fee for our high schools that are listed there. Some of those have been collected. Those will continue to be collected. The art, band, chorus, orchestra, and math fees for both 6-8 and 9-12, and then the parking is in there as well. So you'll see the total projected student fees that have been collected so far, and then you have the total at the very bottom for each one of those categories, and then also total overall. So the total overall student fees that have been collected so far this year are $358,263.64.
Thank you, Jamie. And this does come in my recommendation for approval.
All right, is there discussion?
You need a motion?
I thought I got the motion. I guess I did not. Is there a motion?
No, there's not a motion.
Pardon?
There's not a motion on this. That was the CTE application.
Okay, well, let me just make sure that there's a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation by the vice chairman. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Ms. Caldwell. Now, discussion. Mr. Hensley, did you have a discussion?
Yeah, I have. First, thank you for providing the follow-up information. I was the person who requested the work session. So if you, Mr. Batchelor, if you could go back to the first thing that showed the schools. Yeah, so one thing jumped out at me. We had a commenter, Ms. Dahl, who's no longer with us. Look forward to her being on the school board next year. But anyway, she mentioned that 85% of Robbins was economically disadvantaged. And I looked it up, and I'll be damned, it's 84.6%, right? And what's interesting is, so fee waivers are based upon a request, and if they're economically disadvantaged and meet some, I assume it correlates to economic, right? And what's interesting is at 85% economically disadvantaged, Robbins has to be high up there as far as our schools, but they have less than 1% fee waivers. So it's very interesting that we're not getting the word out about fee waivers. I don't know if that's good or bad, but that's just an observation I made. I do have to say, Mr. Batchelor, if we could go to the other one, please. When we looked at fees during the work session, is this how they were broken down? There was the $10 student fee that everyone pays. There was an art fee, a band fee, a chorus fee, an orchestra fee, a drama fee, a science fee, a graduation fee. I don't see the science fee up here.
Charlie, could you put up the draft fees,
Did we
please?
decide to remove the science fee?
The science fee is listed just for 9-12. There was not a science fee for
right, correct.
For middle school.
Yeah.
We looked at removing the math fee for the upcoming year.
Right, but was the science fee, it just wasn't, is that's from the work session, right?
Correct.
Okay, could I see the one for today? Because I didn't see the science
Just a
fee.
note that that's for this current year, Mr. Henson, so there'll still be some things that are included in there that we're recommending eliminating next year.
Okay, all right. I'm just trying to get my situational awareness. Okay, so the math fee is eliminated, or the science fee is eliminated.
The science fee was not recommended to be eliminated. The science fee for high school is still listed there for the upcoming year. It was
I must
the
be
math
blind,
fee.
where is it? It's under, oh, So those were lumped together. It's different because it's just a different table.
It is a different table, so they're
Okay.
lumped together because they're all the same. So the art, drama, band, chorus, orchestra, science, and math for 912 is a $10 fee.
Right.
So it's just all lumped together.
Okay, so I'm gonna vote, so first of all, I'm gonna make a motion, and I'm gonna make a motion that we remove the science fee and the graduation fee.
There's a motion to remove the science. There's actually an amendment.
Yeah,
So,
I'm sorry, I make a motion to amend this, to remove the science fee and the graduation fee.
Okay, so there is a motion. Is there a second? Hearing no second, the amendment.
Can we,
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Thank you.
There-
And
there's-
just for everyone's edification, I will always second a motion made by everyone, because that way you can have a discussion on it and you can hear what the person has to say. It's just common decency. But anyway, you know, you tax what you don't want and you reinforce what you do want. And we want our students to graduate and we want our students to take math classes. But if you look up here, we punish them with a tax. And you can say, oh, it's $10, who cares? We should be paying our students to take science. We should be paying our students to graduate. Instead, I don't care if it's $10, $100, or $10,000. It's not right to punish students who take science. It's not right to punish students to impose a tax on graduation. That's what that is. This is a science tax and a graduation tax. And if you scroll down, please, chart. Well, math isn't broken. I'm sorry. Math isn't broken down separately, so I don't know how much the math charge is. Is my motion for science or math? I'm confused now.
The motion was for science and graduation. Science and graduation.
Yeah, okay, so it's correct.
Math, we don't have an
Unfortunately, it's not broken down so that we don't know how much it is, but if we can scroll down, for $21,000, we are taking $25 from every graduating senior because we can't come up with $21,000 to have a proper graduation. We just showed we spent an extra $250,000 on legal fees and no one even noticed until I pointed it out and requested the information. Same thing with science. You know, I suspect that the science is probably $15,000, $20,000 a year, if that. So that's my comments.
All right. Is there further discussion on that?
I have a question.
Yeah.
To Dr. Locklear. Where would those funds go? What are they used for?
The science goes to all the consumable things, the support labs, the support, by the kits, et cetera, that the students are using in middle school and high school, that help make those activities hands-on, and those are consumable. You use them once, you can't use them again. The graduation fee goes to supporting a significant cost that has occurred by each high school with graduation, making sure that's a great event, making sure that, if you have to have chair rental, if you have to have, you have to rent ferns, if you have to, you have to purchase tickets, there's all kind of things, get tickets printed, whatever it may be, programs. Those are the costs that the graduation fee is going to go towards. And again, if a parent does submit a waiver and they qualify for that, they can get fees waived, everything but parking. Parking is a privilege, so that is not part of the waiver.
And I will add that the graduation fee doesn't cover half. It only covers barely half of what is really expended on that, correct?
Yes. I'll also say, notice that the number here that we've collected for graduation fees is low, but as we get closer to the actual graduation ceremony, those students and those dollars go up. To be clear, it's about the graduation fee is about the ceremony. It doesn't prevent any student from gaining their diploma.
Let me ask a question. Where physically does the money go? Does it go to the school or does it go into, the general fund or whatever?
It goes to the school for those expenses. And as Dr. Locklear said, that's everything from chair rental to the sound equipment to the flowers on the stage to, in some cases, the stage rental itself that we have to do. It's all of those expenses that come into play.
So that goes to the school, and the school dishes it out.
Directly
Okay,
to the school.
thanks, I need to know that. Further discussion, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. To the best of my recollection, it was my position that we ought to phase these things out over time. And I think we probably ought to pursue that. It may well be that we want one or two of these to remain, but let's sit down, figure it out, and figure out how to phase these things for the majority of them, phase them out, and budget for them. Thank you.
Yes,
I'm glad you said that, because in my mind, I was thinking that the last time I believe we had this discussed in last year, and it was our intention at that time to find the funds and not to just take it away, because I think, especially not right now, well, it's already paid a little bit, but if we could task Dr. Locklear with finding a way to find another way to fund this and then phase them out. I'm not against taking them away. I think it's a great idea, but I think we'd hurt ourselves if we did it too quickly. We're
Yes,
already
sure.
a year behind though.
Yes, ma'am. Per that discussion, we've challenged ourselves to look at which fees we could eliminate, thus bringing the board two of those this year to eliminate as part of the fees, and we'll continue to look at that with a critical eyeball to see if there's other fees we can eliminate. The ones that continue to remain, again, support those items, especially the highly consumable areas that we want to be able to supplement what we're doing with our students.
And if I would add too, not just eliminate, but even if it was a cost onto putting it into our funds, like taking it out of our funds, I should say. So not necessarily let's just eliminate it and go from there, but I think if we have the capacity to pay for that,
Yes, ma'am.
I would be all for that.
Maybe
Yes,
it's
ma'am.
something I'm sorry.
I was just saying, obviously, yes. I mean, this is generating over $300,000 that supports those schools and in the various areas. So we would need to find a replacement for that, not totally eliminate and say, well, good luck. That's not what I would recommend as superintendent. So yes, ma'am, you're correct.
It may be something that we could advocate for with the county commissioners.
That's funny. Mr. Chair, I have a comment. How many seniors graduate each year, Mr. Metcalf? 1,000. Okay, so we know exactly, Mr. Metcalf made the comment, well, we're not sure exactly how much we're going to collect because it's not all in this year. Well, the maximum we're going to collect is 1,000 times 25, which is 25,000 minus the waiver. So we're looking at not to exceed 25,000. So we know that answer. Secondly, as Mr. Allen said, he made a comment. We had a public comment just today saying, you guys never resolve anything. We heard the speed limit outside Aberdeen Elementary that I desperately tried to get done the first year I was here. Here it is 4 years later, still talking about it. He's absolutely right. This is another instance of this. The vice chair said, yeah, we said we were going to do this last time. Fast forward a year, haven't taken action. Well, now's the time to take action because Vic Allen's right and these other citizens, such as this gentleman that got it. And ma'am, you are 100% correct. That is, I was out there holding a sign protesting that when that happened. You are absolutely correct. And it's absolutely shameful that this board hasn't circled back around and taken for action, especially in spite of the fact that our senator's chair of the Transportation Committee in the North Carolina Senate. It's embarrassing. Anyway, so we need to take action, and today's take the action. We know how much it is. It's $25,000. We don't go to county commissioners. It was embarrassing last time we went to the county commissioners and we begged for money that they pointed out that we had in overage in our slush fund. And then finally, I hate it when I can't read what I wrote down. Anyway,
I have a comment.
Well, just let me go over here.
Oh, I'm sorry. I remember, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. And then the vice chair made the comment that some of it's been collected. Nothing's been collected. We're talking about the fees for next year. And the vice chair said some of this has already been collected. We are talking about the fees for this year, or I'm sorry, for next academic year. So no funds have been collected for the next academic year. Is that correct? We're talking
That's
the fees
correct.
for
Yep.
next year.
What's
So
been collected is collected for this year.
yeah, so there's 0 funds that have been collected for next year, which was one of the arguments made earlier. That's just not correct.
Ms. Caldwell?
Yeah, just real quick. I just wanted to say two things that, Dr. Locklear, I do appreciate you listening to us because you did take away 2 fees. So you are being proactive in that. It's not that we're kicking the can down the road. It's just if we take away all of the fees, we got to figure out where we're coming with that money. So I do appreciate you taking away at least 2 and us figuring out and going from there, like what Ken said. And secondly, I would say about the fee waivers, just so the public knows, that is heavily published, and we are giving them emails and paper copies of that. A lot of people don't fill out those forms because of pride. A lot of people don't, fill those out because they don't want to be recognized as not having the money to cover things. So, I just wanted to kind of throw that out there because we do a great job at Moore County Schools about our fee waivers and getting that out there. And that's all I had, Philip. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
One statement, and David, I don't know if you have amnesia or what, but we have talked to Senator McInnes, and I'm pretty sure you recall the law because I'm sure the attorney would agree that we cannot enforce an intersection that our property does not directly touch, okay? And I think you may be mistaken that.
Oh, no. Yeah, Mr. Holmes, you're 100% correct. I understand the explanation at the time, but shame on us for not following up. If they can do a local bill to name a bridge after a local politician, and if they can do a local bill for all sorts of stuff that, to fund a repair of a dam at a private club, and if they can do local bills for all the nonsense that they do here in Moore County, they can do a local bill to fix that, to lower the speed limit. And what we should have done, and I included myself, I said shame on us, not shame on you guys. I said shame on us for not continuing to realize that. And I included myself in that. We should not take no for an answer. That's a safety issue, and we should circle back around and not take no for an answer.
I think, too, prior to Dr. Locklear coming, that if I'm not mistaken, there was an agreement from Dr. Grimacy to the chief of Aberdeen that if we move the school, that he would not, we won't pursue traffic direction. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, the motion on
Yeah.
the floor is
Yes.
to amend the motion
Yeah,
to eliminate the science
I
and
would agree.
graduation fees.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out, counsel. All right, so let's not get carried away. Ms. Bruno, anything relevant?
I don't know
You
if
wanted to
it's,
say something?
I don't know if it's relevant to what we're supposed to be discussing, but I just want the public to know that we do work very hard with that route with the Aberdeen's school. I brought the commissioners out there myself. I brought them out there, and I have called the mayor. I have called the town manager. We have talked to Senator McInnes. It's believe me, we have
Okay, but
gone to them.
let's get back.
Okay, I'm
let's
sorry.
get back to the subject at
I
hand.
just want everybody
Okay.
to know that we've been working on.
Okay, all right, but let's get back to the subject at hand. The subject at hand is first the amendment to the motion on the fees to eliminate the
Science and graduation fees.
Science and graduation fee. My feeling on the subject is that eventually we probably ought to get rid of a bunch of these fees, but it needs to be done in the budgeting process. And the way to do it is to attend the 2x2s with Dr. Locklear, where we go over, guess what? A line-by-line budget in the 2x2s. And we spend as much time as humanly possible or necessary to go over each line. And by the way, that's the lined budget is also shared with the county commissioners, particularly the chairman of the county commission, who gets a line by line. So anyone who wants it, we have it. But if there's not anything further, let's comments, why don't we move to the vote on the amendment? Okay. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, one, aye. All those opposed, nay?
Nay.
Nay. Okay. Motion, the amendment fails. Moving to the main motion. All those in favor of the main motion to endorse the student fee schedule, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Nay. One nay. Motion carries. The award of the HVAC. G.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. G and H are connected. Although they're two separate items and contracts, they are connected. Ms. Purvis reviewed the need to replace the air conditioning HVAC unit at Pinckney Academy and reviewed a little bit of the background of why we're doing this. It's a good opportunity to do some other renovations at Pinckney. And as required with that type of renovation with older buildings, we're encountering asbestos, and we must abate that. And so that's what these next two items are about. This does come with my recommendation for the board to approve.
Okay, is there a motion for letter G, the award of the HVAC for Pinckney Academy?
So moved.
Okay, motion by the vice chair. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Bruno. Okay, discussion. Seeing no, yes, sir.
So, I'm not gonna vote for this, and my reasoning is exactly what I described in the work session, which, by the way, when it came time to committee reports of the work session, 3 committee chairs weren't even there to give their committee reports. Anyway, so I'm not sure if everyone heard this, because 3 of the people, I mean, the vice chair was only there for the training. I don't know that, I think she dropped off. She certainly wasn't there for the duration of the meeting. But anyway, so I find myself having to repeat stuff because at the end of the meeting, three board members weren't even there. They weren't even here to see some of this stuff the first time, but they're going to vote on it having not seen the presentation. Anyway, I'm voting against this for the following reason. The previous board received much public criticism for sinking millions of dollars into Aberdeen Elementary, only to abandon it a year or so later. And they did, anyway. And yes, we have a 10-year master plan that lays out the board's priorities for construction, but courses of action for that have not been thoroughly explored. For example, the future of Carthage Elementary is much up in the air. We're going to build a new school, we're going to tear it down, build one there, we're going to build somewhere else. If we build somewhere else, what's the disposition of the new school? We're going to have 2 smaller schools or 1 big school. And if we do 1 big school, what are we going to do with Carthage Elementary? Well, a very, very, very valid course of action is to bulldoze this building and move the central office to a renovated Carthage Elementary and do some other things with the community, with the theater and the other facilities there, and perhaps move our IT people and people from Pinckney and move it into Carthage Elementary. And that way we have our whole central office into one campus, plus maybe our Pinckney schools. So anyway, I'm voting against this because until we have explored the course of action, until we know exactly what we're going to do with Carthage Elementary, then I don't want to be spending money on facilities that we might be abandoning. So until we have a roadmap, I'm not voting for this. Thank you.
Further discussion.
Yeah, I will say that the renovations and replacements and also getting rid of the asbestos will only bring value to that school. So even if we did sell it, which I don't see that in the future of us selling that, that's a very needed school, it would only bring higher value to it. So it would only add on to the cost of if we were to sell it. So I don't see any reason why we would not be able to replace that and give those children some AC and obviously for their safety with asbestos as well. So I'm all for about it.
Yeah, I mirror what Stacy said, and to deny these HVAC systems students without cool air is just uncalled for. And for you to say something like that, to make that assumption or whatever, ridiculous.
So,
Go ahead, Ms. Davis.
Just to clarify to the public, I was on the call until we went to our lunch break, and I have viewed afterwards, so I'm aware of everything that's going on here. Ms. Purvis would not be suggesting that we do this unless it needed to be done. I've spoken to one of the ladies that's part of our central office staff that works down there, and it's and we live in America in Moore County, and they need some good air down there. And it doesn't matter if we're there for only another 6 months. For the next 6 months, they need this. I'm all for it.
And another thing, even David, you mentioned that you have, high respect and confidence in Ms. Purvis and her job, and I mean, you're not now.
Mr. Hanson.
So, Mr. Holmes, you confuse a couple things. One is you question my motives, which is incorrect. I did not say anything about the students, faculty, or staff there. I was talking about a planning process and making sure all courses of action were explored. I would remind this board that several times the central office came to us about replacing the HVAC in this very building, and the board said no. And when we discussed and debated that, I said it would help their case if they weren't saying that we needed HVAC and it was like a summer month and we were all wearing jackets, right? So, and just today, a year and a half, maybe 2 years after they said they needed to replace the HVAC in this building, this board was all commenting about how cold it was in here and how, Miss Caldwell was wearing a jacket or whatever. She was wearing a shawl, and I was wishing the one time I didn't wear a sports coat and it's freezing cold in here. So 2 years ago, we were told we needed HVAC in here or, the central office would melt. I'm not saying there's not occasional challenging conditions, but the fact of the matter is 2 years after this board voted no, this building is still survivable and, is not disrespectful to the central office staff. Anyway, people can have different opinions. I just don't, I want a clear roadmap ahead before we start sinking money into dilapidated buildings.
Let me just, anybody else? Let me just say that it's very, very important to me that we do everything possible for Pinckney. Pinckney, we have some of our most challenged students there. And if they need air conditioning, by heaven, we need to give them air conditioning. We need to show that we will go the extra mile for our Pinckney students, because that is the linchpin of our entire system. Because when we have to educate all the children, we are St. Elsewhere, okay? And so we have to make sure that when we send kids to Pinckney, they're not sent to the dungeon or whatever it is, that they're sent to a Class A, triple A school, which they are in terms of in terms of their effort and in terms of their accomplishment. They are a great school. And this actually, I think, is an endorsement of that school. It's very, very important. And the other thing is that it will be several years before we do anything with Carthage. And I'm not willing to have those kids swelter for several years while we're trying to do something with Carthage Elementary. We can do both. We can do something with Carthage Elementary and also use Pinckney at the same time. That's my opinion. Anything further? If not, let's move to a vote. All those in favor of the superintendent's recommendation say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 1 nay. Motion carries. The award of the bid for asbestos abatement for Pinckney Academy, that's H.
Yes, sir. This is, as I noted prior, this is connected to what the board just approved with that renovation and the need to abate the asbestos, and this comes with my recommendation for approval.
Is there a motion to approve the superintendent's recommendation?
So moved.
So moved. I think that was Mr. Holmes. Is there a second? Second. Second, Ms. Caldwell. It's getting late. I'm sorry. Discussion. Okay.
Yeah.
You could say ditto.
Well, yeah, I am, but with one caveat,
Okay.
I just want to make it clear that the asbestos abatement is only required because of the HVAC work. Without the HVAC work, it's a completely safe asbestos and free environment. So I'm going to vote against this ditto for the same reasons, but I want to make it clear that I'm not pro asbestos because it's right now it's safe. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Anything further? Hearing nothing further, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? And no one nay. Motion carries. Application for the board member training credit.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, as the board has done previously, we asked the board to formally endorse the training you received at the work session and submit that application so you can get credit for that training to the North Carolina School Board Association. And so that's what this is that application for your endorsement to get credit for that training.
Yeah, is there, first of all, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved by Ms. Caldwell, second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Holmes. Mr. Hensley, you had something to say?
Is this for, I mean, if there was ever a thing that should be on the consent agenda, this is it. Can this not be on the consent agenda? Is there some reason we have to vote on this?
Usually you pull everything off the consent agenda.
Mr. Holmes, that's factually not correct. Just look at
Okay,
today.
all right,
Look at
all right,
today.
all right,
Look
all
at
right,
today.
all right, all right.
Look at
It's the hour.
If
the-
Mr.
the
Holmes
hour-
is going to
the
make
hour-
false
stop,
accusations.
Everybody stop. The hour is late. A question was asked to Dr. Go ahead.
It would be difficult to do that because we don't have this. We would, in the future, what we can do is prepare a draft application and have that as part of the board meeting, and that way the board could say, yes, just put that on consent, but we would have to have it available at the work session. The way we've handled that is after the board's received the training, we put the application together and just put it on the action agenda.
I don't
Okay,
think
thank
something
you,
has
Dr.
to be
Lockwood.
covered in the work session to be on the consent agenda, does it?
Well,
No,
okay.
It doesn't. You can put it on the consent agenda with the board, and the chair and the superintendent, and then somebody can ask it be taken off the consent agenda if they want to.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. This is not quite relevant. The bottom line is that I did get a motion, council? Okay. There's a motion on the floor. Is there discussion for or against the motion? Okay, hearing no discussion for or against the motion. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, let's go to Dr. Locklear's report.
Thank you, Mr. Levy. I would just note I had the opportunity last week to attend the North Carolina Department of Public Construction Purple Star Award, which indicates we, as a district, we have a military-friendly district. And for the 4th year in a row, we were awarded the Purple Star District Award, which was exciting and great. And certainly I was very proud to represent Moore County Schools with that award. But what was even more exciting is that at that state level award ceremony, Union Pines High School students were featured. We had our JRTC that was featured with presenting the colors for the event. We had 2 course students and a percussionist from the Union Pines Marching Vikings playing the national anthem, singing the national anthem. We also had 4 of our student leaders from the Student Club at Union Pines High School, which is a club that helps with student transitions and supports students. And we know we have a high percentage of military population kids there. You recall the Purple Up pep rally that some of you attended at Union Pines High School. That was coordinated by those kids through that student leadership. So it was a great moment of pride for Moore County Schools and for Union Pines High School to have those kids highlighted that event. And I just wanted to say how proud we were of them and how proud we were of Union Pines High School and our district to again be recognized as a Purple Star District. Thank you.
Thank you. Board comments, Mr. Hensley.
Yeah, I'll break with my tradition of not making closing comments because I've jotted a few things down. I just want to point out a few things that happened in this meeting. You guys will notice, well, first of all, I talked about the legal thing and someone brought up to it, and apparently nobody did, but it's right there on the bill, limit board meeting times. And here we are, we heard the vice chair say the meeting has to end at 8 o'clock. Well, wait a minute. As a board, we didn't decide that. Apparently, 2 or more board members got together and decided that they should arbitrarily end at 8. Well, you said it, vice chair. The meeting's supposed to end at 8. I'm sorry, I have the floor. meeting's supposed to end at 8, and no one said that, and we have all this circumstantial evidence. We got to limit board meeting time. But anyway, so here's what you saw, and you can go back and watch the tape. We saw the vice chair call the question, not just to stop debate, but she called it to prevent me from rebutting what other board members said. So we want to, and it was a good discussion and debate. It was a relevant discussion and debate. Everything was on topic. I was about to rebut, as you do in a debate, what other people said, and then the vice chair, we got to call the question because, we got to prevent that rebuttal. Then, I've heard last business meeting, the one time I didn't attend a work session, I heard, people were up in arms. Oh my God, if you attended the work session, you would have known that. If you'd attended, you guys said it. Go back and watch the video. Several of the board members said that. Well, as I said, at the end of the last work session, which was last week, 3 committee chairs weren't at the meeting at the end of the meeting. They left at various times. Some left an hour or two in the meeting. Some left a couple hours. And I just want to point out that, as a committee chair, you should probably attend all the meetings and be prepared to give a formal, organized committee report so people know what's going on. And secondly, I'll point out that many of the questions that were asked by the vice chair were covered in the work session, and maybe if she took the time to attend, then she would have known the answers. And the only reason I say that, Mr. Holmes, is because I believe you or someone on that side made the exact same allegations against me last month. And
Okay.
thank you. That's it.
Give him his. Okay, go ahead. Oh, that's it. Okay, Ms. Colwell.
Yeah, first I wanted to say, just wish everybody, or the teachers and staff, well, I should staff too. You're appreciated. But yeah, it's a happy appreciation day, or week was last week, but I think we needed to give them the month. The teachers appreciate that, right? Just wanted to just say to everybody, thank you for all that they do. It's also sad that during my public comments I have to rebuttal myself, but and I don't like to disrespect anybody, and of course I value whatever everybody says, but I'm just you're not gonna discredit my integrity either. So I want to say that yes, I did leave the board meeting early because I had to pick up a child, because board meetings should not be lasting 10 to 12 hours a day. I will also say that, it comes to a point where sometimes you just have to take the high road, right? And I feel like I do that a lot. And I also feel that I also feel, I'm trying to be very respectful. I appreciate every member on this board. We all have a value on this board. And I think sometimes it gets lost when we think that everything that is brought up in a meeting or everything that is brought up in a voting aspect has to be something negative to go with it. Everything doesn't have to be negative, and everything doesn't have to be an attack on something. I understand we have questions about certain things, and that's valuable. But sometimes I feel like we bring things up just to have fights. I sometimes feel like we bring things up to just to have our voice be voiced out there, and it gives the public a reason to say that we are not a working board. It gives the public a reason to say that we're not doing our job, and we are. Everyone on this board is doing their job. Everyone in this audience, the central staff, works so hard, and they don't get the recognition that they deserve. And I don't want to discredit them in any way, because you guys are doing an amazing job, and you make us look great. And I had more to say, but I just want to be very respectful to everybody. And I feel like we just need to get back on track, become a board that is a team player with our central staff, and understand that we don't micromanage here. We shouldn't be micromanaging at all. And questions are great. We need questions, and that's what we should do. But as far as micromanaging and and questioning every little thing that our central staff does is just uncalled for to me. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Ms. Bruno.
Stacy, very well said. Yes. I think that this is an absolutely fantastic board. I think everybody on this board is brilliant and has so much to give to the community. I agree with everything that you said. And yes, happy Mother's Day to everybody, and Teachers Appreciation, well, not to the guys. And Teachers Appreciation Week, we could just extend that because our teachers are absolutely wonderful. Mr. Benway and I have been a lot of places. I want to say hats off to Stephanie Phillips, Major McClay, and Sergeant Jefferson from the Air Force at Pinecrest High School. I went on their Gettysburg trip with them, and the behavior of these students was honorable, wonderful. I was so proud of them. I was so proud to be a member of this board just by going on that trip with them. So I'm thrilled. We have also visited West Pine Elementary, and I want to especially cite Catherine Johnson. We were in her 5th grade social studies class. It was just amazing what that woman was doing. And Principal Turk, thank you too. Also Taylor Murphy, who is the head of our autism. Oh my gosh, you should see what this lady does. She is just so good. I loved being with her. And then we also went to West End, and Katie Lockham. She's awesome. And Catherine Levere. Oh, her classroom was wonderful.
Lariviere.
Oh, I can't say it correctly. You say it.
Lariviere.
Okay.
French Canadian.
I'm going to say Levere. Okay, anyway, I just want to thank everybody and our central office people. You are absolutely the best. I mean, what you do is amazing. And you were right. You make us look good. So thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Benway.
Thank you. First of all, I want to apologize for the outburst earlier tonight. Won't happen again, I hope. I'd like to end the year by giving a real thumbs up to the CTE team. You guys have done marvelous stuff. You really have. Look forward to a big year next year, too. Okay? Great. I want to take the opportunity to respond to some accusations that were made in public this evening. It came to my attention on May 2nd, 2024, in conversation with Mr. Levy, that a Facebook post authorized by a person I do not know, and which some call Islamophobic, was displayed on my Facebook page. Mr. Levy had to guide me back almost 30 days to the post on 5 April 2024 to find it. This childish meme was not something I shared or republished. My account was hacked. I have since deleted the meme, changed my Facebook password, and have made other security fixes. I cannot account for what actions might have taken place in that month or more of hacking. Note that I respect, and as part of my military career, fought for the rights of all persons of faith who peacefully, and I emphasize peacefully, exercise their faith. The exploiting of my account culminates a 6-month coordinated trolling campaign animated by the usual local actors, intensifying over time with the appearance of the most foul-mouthed, semi-literate troll calling himself Morty that I have ever encountered. In the past 2 weeks, we've added to the mix an artificial intelligence bot calling herself Janet, just to keep the pots being stirred. Bypassing these distractions, I'm pressing on with the mission of optimizing teaching so as to maximize learning in our schools. as we shape and graduate well-rounded, highly adaptable Americans and rising Americans from our Moore County schools. But be on the lookout. Local agitators have introduced political Islam into the mix. Political Islam, with its terrorist arm, Hamas, in coalition with progressive Marxism, has come to our North Carolina universities. Public schools in Greensboro and Charlotte speak of students rising, quote, in solidarity, unquote, with Hamas. This is the Islam I oppose. Political Islam killed 300 plus U.S. Marine peacekeepers in Beirut. On 9/11, political Islam killed nearly 3,000 Americans and foreign visitors. And to this day, the death count continues to rise. They killed 19 American airmen, injuring hundreds more at Khobar Towers. And with the attack on the USS Cole, they killed 19 sailors and wounded 59. They killed 4 American heroes at Benghazi and killed hundreds in the streets of Paris, running some down with trucks. On October 7th, 2023, Hamas, a long-standing terrorist arm of political Islam, slaughtered well over 1,000 Israeli Jews. Some of these terrorists live-streamed their prolonged subhuman torturing to the parents of the victims in real time, while bragging of their crimes to their mothers back in Gaza. Political Islam is the greatest oppressor of women in the history of the world. It continues to promote genital mutilation of women and the so-called honor killings of their daughters for the crime of socializing with an infidel. All of it, by the way, witnessed by our silent American feminists. All of these things are alien and repugnant to Moore County citizens. History has shown that passivity in the face of evil always produces more and greater evil. We in Moore County must patrol our lines aggressively to head off this new alignment of political Islam and progressive Marxism that threatens our schools, our children, and our families. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Holmes.
I believe I'm going to pass on my comments for tonight.
Let me say I want to thank everyone for a wonderful meeting. But we got a lot accomplished. Yeah. Oh, I apologize.
It's okay.
I apologize.
I normally don't even have closed closing comments, but this time I do. I went to my soon-to-be daughter-in-law graduated from UNC this past weekend, and I was able to go and witness that. And they have an interim. I don't know if it was the president or what he's called, but he got booed, and he handled himself well. And he had a particular quote that I thought would be very appropriate for us, so I want to read it. That everything worth doing in life is the product of shared effort. Your family, your professional achievements, your friendships, and your civic commitments. All of those good and glorious things take compromise and sacrifice, big and small, and a healthy recognition that your view of the world is but one among many. It means balancing passion and conviction with humility, grace, and respect.
Okay. And I'm only going to follow that up with a thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And is there a motion to adjourn?
No, closed session.
One second.
We got to go back to closed session.
Oh, that's right. Excuse me. I do apologize, yes. At this point in time, we'll not adjourn. We are going to, is there a motion to go back into closed session?
So moved.
Okay.
That needs to be for the purposes stated at agenda item 1A.
Yes, so it is. Okay. Is there a motion to go back into closed session for the items stated in 1A?
Yes.
So moved.
That's from our vice chairman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Benway. Letting everybody note that there will be no further business accomplished in open session, and these matters are confidential, and so unfortunately we have to go back into closed session. All those in favor of going into closed session, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We'll go back into closed session. And we're going to take about a 5-minute break